A glorious Thursday, Sports Bash, live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform, Twitter, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? I'm your host, Mike Gill. We've got live Phils afternoon baseball at the park, Citizens Bank Park to be specific. Phils lead 2-0. A home run by Rafael Marchand has given the Phillies a 2-0 lead here as the Braves have already lost starting pitcher A.J. Smith-Shawver, who is out of the game with an injury. He got hit on the Achilles. I don't think that's the problem, though. He left with some arm issues, but the Phils have chased him. You know the last time, you might not remember this, but the last time the Phillies faced A.J. Smith-Shawver, do you remember what happened there, Josh? I know we did Phillies postseason trivia yesterday. This would be a Phillies postseason trivia question.
Was this the game that was in Atlanta when they faced him?
I don't know where the ballpark, which ballpark was hosting the game, but do you know what happened to Smith-Shawver in the game?
I thought they beat him in that game.
He came in relief. He threw 3 innings. He gave up 3 hits. They were all homers. They beat him 10-2. I don't know that he didn't start the game. He pitched the fifth, sixth, seventh, and I think into the 8th. But 3 hits, 2 by Castellanos, 1 by Trey Turner. That was a game the Phillies won 10-2.
So you're saying he's the only guy who's upset right now that Smith-Shawver's out of the game is Castellanos?
Right. Castellanos hasn't got a hit since Moses wore short pants, so he was waiting to get up there and take a swing against A.J. Smith-Shawver today, who left the game. Cristopher Sánchez starts for the Phils. They lead 2-0. No Harper in the game today. He was not in the lineup. Now, Rob Thompson was non-committal on whether he will be in the lineup tonight. He said he was there. He was getting looked at. Apparently he could play in the game tonight, but they are non-committal whether he'll play in the game tonight. And quite frankly, if they win this game here, they're up 2-0. Another strikeout for Sanchez. If they win this game here, I probably don't even play Harper tonight. I've already won the series. I've done my job there. Maybe I give Harper another day off and then hope that he's ready to go for the game in the series against the Brewers. But it's a good sign that there's a possibility he could play tonight.
Yeah, and I think the big key people need to understand is, and I thought this was a great point, Dr. David Chow, who you spoke to at the Super Bowl, Mike, he said on the X platform, he said that the ball hit Harper not in the elbow joint area, but in the tricep area above the elbow. And he says at that point it really just becomes like a pain tolerance issue.
Yeah, and they basically seem to think that it was a contusion, kind of a fluid type of thing. Nothing structural, nothing there. So that's good news. We'll keep you up to date on the Phils. They're playing the Braves, and then the doubleheader tonight, it'll be Sale and Wheeler. Did you hear? So yesterday, we were going through this whole thing about why Wheeler, I said that I thought he would pitch the night game. He's a better pitcher at night. Did you hear how that all went down?
I did not.
So Wheeler essentially was going to pitch game 1. And then he called Rob Thompson back, and he said, "Can I change? Is it too late to change?" And basically said, Rob Thompson said to him, "You can pitch whatever game you want. You're Zach Wheeler."
Right.
Isn't that what I said yesterday?
That's what you said yesterday, yeah.
So essentially, it was exactly how it went down.
You saying you and Rob Thompson have are clarity of minds?
We're simpatico.
Wow, look at you guys.
Thompson.
You think Thompson likes craft beers too?
Probably not. I don't think so. I think Topper's probably smashing down Lowenbrow.
Whoa.
Maybe
okay.
a Schlitz.
A Schlitz for the Topper.
Yeah, he's probably an old school, just a beat up can of something. I don't imagine Topper going craft beer. I don't see that. Oh, he's Canadian, right?
He is Canadian.
So maybe he's doing a little blue.
Maybe.
When you go Canadian, do you go Molson or do you go blue?
Oh, I go blue.
Yeah. I tried to go hey, I wanted, there was one summer where I was like, you know what? I'm going to drink blue all summer. That's going to be my thing.
That's a commitment.
And I just couldn't find it enough.
Oh, okay.
It was hard. It's not that I don't like the blue.
So you weren't against the blue.
No, but I would imagine now, listen, I'm not disparaging any, like, we all have different taste buds. If you like a blue, you like a blue. I don't mind the blue. Like when I went to Toronto, I had blue over Molson. Not particularly one over the other, but I just couldn't find the blue enough. That's all.
I will say this really quick because, my buddy Andy McNamara is Canadian who comes on game night. He always says that he said blue in Canada tastes better than blue in America.
I can see that. It's like Guinness. A Guinness in Ireland tastes a hell of a lot better than a Guinness here. I can vouch for that.
You're not the only person I've heard say
No,
that.
I mean, I've been to the Guinness factory. I mean, by the way, Andrew Painter pitched today at Lehigh. His day is done. 5 innings, 2 runs, 5 strikeouts, 81 pitches. He threw 49 strikes. So he threw velocity 99. It's the hardest pitch he has thrown at AAA.
I like to hear that.
2 runs in the 5th he gave up. I get one question I have about Painter. He pitched the first game of the doubleheader today. Are the Phillies babying him too much?
Well, is it babying him or are they being careful?
Extra cautious. Whatever description you want to use.
Well, because, there's different perspectives on that, right? You can have somebody who you're babying and it's unnecessary. Like, that's kind of like the vibe.
Well, is it necessary? Like, should he be throwing more on a normal schedule? If he's one of the best guys, should he be up here? I mean, you're watching this guy pitch. This guy's stuff is absolutely nasty.
Right.
And you're thinking, why are they wasting him pitching innings against the Norfolk Tides?
Well, do you buy into the theory that they're ramping him up?
What does that mean? I mean, couldn't they have ramped him up when everybody else ramped it up? Like, couldn't he have pitched spring training games and then pitched maybe some AAA games?
Well, is it possible the doctors said maybe he wasn't ready for that yet?
I don't think so. He pitched in the Arizona Fall League. So he pitched in the fall. So you tell me he pitched in the fall, he wasn't ready to pitch in spring training? I have a hard time with that. I'm just wondering, are they taking their way too good old of time with this thing? Because you're really causing a logjam now. You're causing more problems for yourself by not having him up here right away. Like, in other words, he could have been taking these Walker starts early.
Right.
You should have never had Walker throw these games. Now, you might say the retort to that is, well, has Walker build up some value now because he pitched so well?
I mean, he's definitely built up some value, but I don't think that changes the fact that if Painter is truly ready, he should be up here. I don't think that changes anything. Like, you could have...
It's just frustrating. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here, I guess.
Well, really quick, Walker started the year because of Ranger. Walker only got back into the rotation because of Nola's injury.
Right, but couldn't all those starts have been taken by Painter?
Maybe not. Maybe they deemed that Painter wasn't ready in April.
Well, if he's ready to pitch at AAA, the same pitches, his arm's not going any slower. He's not he's not going 100% because he's pitching at one ballpark as opposed to the other. I'm saying if you're using up innings on this guy, why is he wasting innings down there at AAA?
Well, we know he's not starting every 5 days down there.
But that's part of my questions is, are they going to the extreme with him?
I mean, is this part of a larger plan they already set in place months ago?
I guess so. I would imagine that, yes, they plan to slow play this thing as much as possible. And look, the Phillies don't need him.
Right.
They haven't had to say, we are in desperate need of a starting pitcher. But I just think you're causing more problems now of trying to shoehorn this guy in here when you already had an opportunity to use him and just say, now, I know, these are first world problems that you have so much starting pitching that, by the way, Keith Law just put out his Keith Law is from The Athletic. He did his top 50 or top 150, I guess it is. He just did his top 50 or what did I say? 150. And he has, let's see, where was this? Keith Law did his Phillies, or he did his top 150 prospects. And where did I see this? Somebody just put this out there, and the Phillies have 4 guys in there.
So 4 guys made Keith Law's list. Let me see if I can pull up. So this says ranking the top 50 prospects after 2 months is the article that I got in front of me.
Yeah, Keith Law just put this out today. He's the athletics guy.
Yeah.
And he used to be at ESPN. We've had Keith on the show a lot.
Yep.
He ranked the Phillies, and he has 4 guys in the top 50. They are, I know who the 4 are. I'm just trying to get the numbers. Where did I see this
So the
posted?
first guy is at 5.
That's Painter, right?
Yep.
So Painter's 5. I
Next
think
guy's at 9.
Miller is next.
9.
9. Escobar was the 3rd guy.
Escobar is, hold on a minute.
He was in the
Still scrolling.
40s, I want to say.
Well, I'm in the 30s right now, so thanks for the tip.
Mm-hmm. And then the
He
next,
was number 40 exactly.
okay, and then there was another guy in the 40s. So
Crawford.
Justin Crawford. So those were
42.
the 4. So they had 4 guys in the top 100, or is it 150 or 100 or 50? Just 50.
So in the article, he says, I gave you 100 earlier in the year. Now I'm giving you just 50, he says, after the first 2 months.
Yeah, well, because some guys get called up too.
Right. Well, he says that, the guys who have dropped out of his 50, some are because of injuries, some are because of, them not playing well. Well, for example, he says that Nick York has dropped out of his top 50 for the Pirates because he's playing poorly.
Yeah, I mean, and some guys have been called up, so they're no longer prospects,
Right.
All right, I'm going to throw – Bob Nightingale wrote a piece over at USA Today. It was a long, kind of like a Nuggets piece. Not Knicks Nuggets, Harry, but
That's
a
later in
long
the show.
Nuggets piece. He says, teams are scrambling to bolster their bullpen with an influx of injuries all around baseball. The top targets include Kyle Finnegan of the Nationals, Felix Bautista, Sir Anthony Dominguez, and Gregory Soto of the Orioles. David Bednar, Dennis Santana of the Pirates, and Anthony Bender of the Marlins. He said David Robertson has no plans to sign with the team unless he receives a strong offer and is seeking a 1-year, $15 million deal. So it sounds like Robertson is holding out until somebody ponies up the big-time bucks. But the other guys are all the names we've heard. Finnegan, Bautista, Sir Anthony, Soto, Bednar, Santana, and Anthony Bender of the Marlins. So those are a bunch of guys that are bullpen arms that could be interesting, available. Now, this one I thought was interesting. The Yankees are aggressively searching for a right-handed bat, preferably a third baseman, while also looking for another starter. Does that sound like a team that would match up with the Phillies? Well, yes, the Phillies have a right-handed bat, third baseman. They also have an influx of starters. The problem is I don't see a match with the Yankees. They don't have one player on that roster that is a match for Philadelphia. I mean, obviously they're not trading you Aaron Judge, right?
No.
You're not taking Stanton back in return. There is not one player on the Yankees that I have any interest in. Like, I don't even want to give Bohm up for a guy on that team.
No, because, again, unless their names are Judge and Stanton, who are not getting traded, there's nobody on the Yankees that gets you excited.
Like, even if you said, the only guy that I can think of is if you said, now, would you do this deal, people? Boy, Kepler just got into that one. That ball smoked. What a catch.
What a catch.
He just robbed a home run.
What's a great
What a
catch.
catch.
Give a hat tip to that guy, Harris.
Bottom 4, by the way, and it is 2-0 Phillies.
I mean, Kepler put that deep, and he just tracked it the whole way.
Yeah, the ball apparently is not carrying great today. So, but that ball was definitely out.
That was
dead center
definitely
field.
going to be gone.
So the if I said Bohm, so they said they need starting pitching and a third baseman, preferably a right-handed bat.
Right. If those who don't know, Garrett Cole is out for the year. If you didn't have been following the Yankees, so they are down one of their best pitchers, and they're very lucky that Rodon has pitched well this year.
And their bullpen's not great.
No.
So their bullpen's got a lot of older guys in it. So the only guy that I would say, okay, does this make sense, would be like an Alec Boehm for Devin Williams. Now, their bullpen is not very good to begin with. Now, it's not been – I don't want to say it's been not very good. They've been pitching well, but they got a lot of older guys. They got like a lot of guys who are journeyman, 32, 35-year-old guys who have just kind of pitched well. Williams was the closer in Milwaukee. He comes over to the Yankees, and he's terrible for the first month of the season. Since then, he has kind of settled into a setup role.
Right.
So would a Bohm, Devin Williams swap make sense? Now, you could also throw in Taijuan Walker, and the reason I say you could throw in Taijuan Walker is because the Yankees can afford to pay Taijuan Walker. Most teams don't want to pay him $18 million.
Correct.
Or do the Yankees say, we'll give you Devin Williams, we'll take Bohm, but we want Abel? Is Devin Williams enough of a bullpen piece? This guy was an elite closer last year.
Being the key word. He's having a rocky year this year.
He has been very good since they moved him out of the closer role.
Right, but the question is...
In fact, I'll tell you how good he's been. Bob Nightingale wrote a piece about him and his adjustment to New York. I was reading the article today. I actually wrote about this over at 973ESPN.com, and he writes in the piece about Devin Williams. This is what he said in terms of, let's see. Where did that article go? I just wrote it this morning. You would think it would be somewhere in the lexicon of my ability to find on the website. Here we go. I found it. By the way, John Marks in 13 minutes from Philly on PHLY. So this is what he said about Devin Williams, okay?
Okay.
He says, when it comes to Devin Williams, it took him time to adjust from going from Milwaukee to New York. He was 0-2 with an 11.25 ERA and lost the closer's job. He's getting back to being the same dominant reliever he was in Milwaukee, permitting no more than one hit in his last 11 games, and his ERA is 0.97. So if you're getting the Milwaukee version of Devin Williams, do you make that deal?
Yes, but I don't know if I'm giving up Bohm and Abel even for that.
What about Bohm and Walker?
That's much more reasonable.
I don't think Walker gets... I don't know. I mean, the Yankees need starting pitching. Does Taijuan Walker float their boat?
Like, for example, the Yankees are a team that needs inning eaters. Like I was listening to John Heyman and Joel Sherman talk about this earlier on their podcast, where they were saying how they said, the Yankees need inning eaters. That's their big problem right now. So is Walker enough of an inning eater?
Not necessarily. He's a 5-inning guy.
Right. So, but do they say then with Walker, look, he's better than nothing? And then they are willing to give up somebody for that.
Double disco.
Nice double disco there.
Yep.
I like that.
Good job. Does that get him out of the inning? No, 2 outs.
It's 2 outs.
Walker's not an innings eater. He's a guy who will make every start.
Mm-hmm.
You can throw him out there every fifth day, but he's pitching 5 innings.
Now,
he's getting you through the lineup twice.
Right. So what you're saying then is, would the Yankees then ask for more?
The question I have is, if you lose Bohm, who, by the way, is hitting 4th today because Harper's not in the lineup.
Yep.
He got moved to 5th yesterday, and because Harper's not in the lineup, they moved him up to 4th.
He's hitting a lot better this month.
In the month of what month are we in? May. Jeez. In the month of May,
Mike.
Bohm is hitting significantly better than he started. He's hitting where did this go? I had all these things in front of me, man. And then the game came on and all this stuff. But Bohm in the last month, and that's why they moved him up in the lineup, is basically because he started to get hot here, and now they moved him up to the 5 spot in the order. So in the month of May, Bohm is hitting .341 with 4 home runs and 12 RBI in 23 games. So Bohm has kind of settled back into being more of what he was a year ago. 341 with 4 homers, 12 RBI in 23 games. If you lost Bohm, now you're saying we're already looking for a right-handed bat. We're going to give him away now too? I mean,
Right.
Now it puts you in a pickle because he's starting to come on so much.
And don't forget, for a team that's going to have a few older guys hitting free agency, do you really want to trade away a guy who's part of the younger side of the team who's productive?
The problem with Bohm is, as Spotrac predicts, that he's going to get an extension somewhere in the range of $143 million. He has one more year left of arbitration, I think, after this year. Do the Phillies really want to pay him that kind of money? Do the Phillies really want to say, hey, man, we want to approach you and give you an extension? Because Aiden Miller, the question will be, do they look at Miller as a third baseman? Do they say, Miller, you're going to be the third baseman. You will replace Alec Bohm.
Yes, Alec Bohm has one more year of arbitration, and then at age 30, 2027, is when he would be a projected free agent.
Yeah, and the projected salary that he would be getting an extension would be, or when they need to sign him, would be I think they said
7 years, 142.
That's right, 143. I said it was 142. 7 years, 142. And I don't know if the Phillies are interested in that kind of number.
$20 million annual salary is the projection.
Yep. So trading Bohm, we know the Phillies tried to shop him in the offseason, so that makes sense. The Phillies are open to trading Bohm. Now, has he done enough in the last month to win them back over? Because they were trying to trade him in the offseason. That we know.
They did make calls on that.
That was well reported. So they tried to move Bohm. They were open to that. He got off to a horrendous start.
Correct.
And now he's hitting 341 with 4 homers and 23 RBI in his last 23 games. Has he won the Phillies back over?
I don't think anything's really changed when it comes to Bohm necessarily. But the problem is now that you're in season, it might be harder to replace that position.
That's the problem they have right now is they moved him to the 5 spot in the lineup. Do they value him much more than they did a month ago?
It's a lot different if you trade a guy in December. Then you got a few months to figure out third base.
Quite frankly, you got to figure out what you do at third base. You're going to play Edmundo Sosa there every single day. Do you take a look at Otto Kemp, a guy who's never has no big league experience, and just say, hey, welcome to the big leagues. You're going to play third base every day. I doubt that's a possibility. Weston Wilson, come on, I don't need to see Weston Wilson play third base every day. That's a butcher.
By the way,
that's like playing Rhys Hoskins at first base every day. He was so bad. Remember Weston Wilson there last year? He was terrible.
That's true. By the way, Bowen's playing first base today. Are we going to go back to the Schwarber first base experiment?
No, I think this is just because Harper's out today. As soon as Harper's back, Bohm will go back to first.
No, I'm saying who's the backup first baseman then?
If there was a long-term situation, that's an interesting question. What would they do then? I actually wrote about this at 973ESPN.com. If Harper was out for a couple of weeks, say, with this elbow problem, would they have played Bohm at first every day and gone with Sosa at third base? Would they have given Kemp a chance to come up and play first base? Do they use Schwarber there? Do you put Real Muto there more and give Marchand, get him out from behind the plate? Do you look outside the organization? All right, coming up, we're going to talk all about these Phillies questions. John Marks, host of Philly with John Marks on the PHLY YouTube channel, will join me for that. We'll get his thoughts on Eagles OTAs, and we'll ask him this question in regards to the Sixers. Are you in the least bit having the third pick? Does it excite you at all? Are you in the least bit excited by the third pick in the NBA draft? That's all coming up next with John Marks from PHLY here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 2:30 on Mike Gill. What's up? Phil's up 3-0. 3-0 on a doubleheader Thursday. I kind of like the doubleheader. I get to see a game like why it's happening here, and then I get home and still get to watch a game. That's fun. I hate the day game when the game's on while I'm on, and then I go home to nothing. I like this. There was nothing last night. John Marks, Philly, on the PHLY YouTube channel is with me now as we pontificate a bunch of stuff going on. No Phils last night. What'd you do?
I actually went on Twitter and talked about the Phillies. Mike, I can't. When there's no Phillies game during the summer, it's my companion, the spring and the summer. I don't know what to do with myself. I hate the off night. I'm with you. I love the day game, but now I can actually watch some of it today, and then I can watch a full game tonight. So I debated Phillies topics on Twitter last night.
So no Phils, you went to social media. That sounds sketchy. That's a bad for the mind, man.
I was told I was an idiot only 10 times, which is low.
All right, let's hit on a couple things here. I'm very intrigued by your take and most people's on what the impending decision the Phillies will have with the Rangers, Suarez, Aaron Nola, Andrew Painter. How are they going to handle this?
I heard Dave Dombrowski on Joel Sherman and John Heyman do a podcast for the New York Post. They had him on, I think it was today. And they kind of asked him about this. And he had said that, well, Andrew Painter doesn't have to be up here by July, right? That was just kind of a timetable that they talked about. So I think that in a lot of situations, they end up working themselves out, right? If there's an injury, something like that. I mean, Painter may not start this year. Maybe they bring him up in September and they put him in the bullpen as a multiple inning arm. Aaron Nola is not going to the bullpen. If Aaron Nola is healthy, he's going to be in the starting rotation unless he's so bad they legitimately can't keep him in the rotation, which I don't think he'll be that bad. So unfortunately, I think we're going to have to wait to see Painter as a starter till next year.
Wow.
And yeah, Ranger Suarez is a guy that I'm keeping as a starter. I would consider flipping at the trade deadline if there's a deal that makes sense. But my instincts are he stays with the big club and he moves and pivots to the bullpen possibly once the playoffs start.
Yeah, because it's like, all right, so you got Wheeler and Luzardo. Those two guys you would imagine are 1 and 2. Who gets that third game? You know, is it a fait accompli that it's Sanchez? Is it Nola? If Nola doesn't turn it around, I agree with you. I don't see them approaching Nola and said, hey, man, not only are you not in the rotation, you're going to the bullpen. Like, he's getting the Taiwan Walker treatment. I don't see that happening. And then if Painter's up here, I can't imagine they put him in the bullpen with all the way they're handling him. They're kind of babying him along. You're going to pitch him in back-to-back days. I don't see that. This is fascinating how this Suarez, because Suarez is pitching so well that he's now forcing you to say, why am I going to the bullpen?
Right. Yeah. I think Suarez goes to the bullpen in the playoff scenario before Sanchez because he has a track record of doing it. Right. I feel like you could bring in Suarez in the 6th inning. I feel like you could bring him in the 9th inning. And he's got stones. Unfortunately, like you said, he's been really good as a starter. So if he's still pitching like that in September, you got to take him out of the rotation for the playoffs. It's a good problem to have, as many baseball people like to say. But is it really? Because the problem you have is Aaron Nola sucks, and he's making $25 million a year, and he's going to be. He's under contract for 5 more years after this. So, like, what do you do? Is now Mick Abel, because he's not going to have a spot in the rotation, now you trading him to get a bullpen arm? So, you know, it is a good problem to have that they have this abundance of not only starting pitching, but above average quality starting pitching. Aaron Nola's not one of those quality starters. So, unfortunately, he's going to be here.
John Marks, PHLY, YouTube. You can check out his show, Philly, weekday mornings at 8. As I did this morning. Good morning to you in the morning. Good afternoon here. Ranger Suarez, are you using him to make a trade? And what is that trade? Is the Phillies center field situation A-okay?
I don't believe the Phillies will make moves for a center fielder. I think Rojas has been fine. And Marsh, actually earlier today, you were on the air. He worked a really nice walk, and then Marchand hit a home run afterwards. So I think the combination of Marsh and Rojas in center field is going to be fine, because the reality is, if you're dangling prospects, then you're going to need those prospects to get a bullpen arm, possibly a closer. Now, your question on Ranger Suarez is a difficult one, because you could say, okay, look at our starting pitching. We have a clear hole in the bullpen. Rather than use Suarez in the bullpen, let's trade Suarez to a team that has an abundance of back-end relief pitching. Now, here's the problem. What is that team? Because if a team has a closer but is out of contention, why would they want Ranger Suarez in the final year of a contract? They wouldn't. To me, it makes more sense to flip Ranger Suarez to get something for the future rather than not necessarily for the present. Now, if you can make a trade with the A's for Miller and they'll take Ranger Suarez, like, okay, but again, they're not contending, so why would they do that? I just think it's going to be difficult to do a good player for good player swap with a team that is in contention like the Phillies will be.
Yeah, there's a lot there that I want to get to, because one of the things Bob Nightingale wrote about this over at USA Today, and he mentioned that the Yankees are looking for a right-handed hitting third baseman and another starter. The Phillies seem like they can play. The problem is the Yankees don't have anything to give you back, unless you would say, like, so because Alec Boehm is interesting. We know they tried to move him in the offseason, but now he's worked his way back up to the 5 spot in the order. Today he's hitting 4 because Harper's not there. He's hitting 341 with 4 homers in the month of May. Has he risen his value in stock so much that you can't trade Boehm?
I mean, because so you're going to have a combination of Amundo Sosa, who I think gets exposed a little bit if he becomes an everyday starter, and then you're bringing Otto Kemp. Get into the zone, auto zone. You're going to bring him up from AAA. Like, hey, look, he's looked great at AAA. I don't know how he's going to react to big league pitching. And you're in a pennant race, right? Like, you're trying to win another World Series. Honestly, I just think you stand pat, and you have to be okay with what Alec Boehm is. He's going to hit doubles. He's tapped into a little bit of power here in the last month. He's probably a 270, 280 hitter at best. And he's not a guy that's likely to be here long-term. I'm sure they will revisit his trade market in the offseason, but Dombrowski was shooting for the stars for him last year, and teams looked at him and said, okay, yeah, we like him. We're not giving you our young starter. Like, Dombrowski was trying to, before he got Luzardo, he was trying to get one of the 2 young pitchers in Seattle, and they laughed at him. It doesn't hurt unless you try.
Yeah.
But I think Boehm is just like kind of an above-average player that can be streaky, is a little bit flaky, and he's just good. He's going to be a part of this core this season.
All right. John Marks is with me, Philly on the PHLY YouTube channel. Are you interested in a Kumbayage Rhys Hoskins reunion at all? Philly loves a reunion, man.
Yeah, I don't think it works with this team. So let's play it out. Rhys comes in. He's a bad defensive first baseman. But if he's going to be in the lineup, he has to play first base because Kyle Schwarber is your DH. You're not going to play Kyle Schwarber in left field unless you're in a big-time pinch. Like,
we debated this the other day. I would rather play Schwarber in left field than Rhys Hoskins at first base and just keep Harper at first and play Schwarber in left field. I mean, you went to the World Series with him playing left field. He is more tolerable than Hoskins is that bad at first base.
He is. He couldn't catch the ball.
Oh, he was horrible.
Routine throws the first base. Forget about him digging out a ball of the dirt. He couldn't catch it.
Well, then it's like, who goes to left? Castellanos has kind of worked himself into a decent right fielder. Are you going to ask him to go to right field? I mean, Harper hasn't played left field in a long time. I mean, Schwarber, just catch the ball.
Yeah, I worry about him being injured out there. I recall him playing left field last season, and he tweaked something. It's not broke with Kyle Schwarber at DH, so there's no need to fix it. But to your point, I like Castellanos in right field. I like Bryce Harper at first base. And the other thing is so what happens to Kepler? Like, I'm not telling you that Kepler has to be the starter, but he is making, $10 million a year, and he has looked pretty good as of late. So everything changes if there's an injury or there's some ineffectiveness that happens.
He's the Merrifield. He just gets cut.
Right. So we'll see what happens. Kepler's shown me a little bit here. Rhys Hoskins is so bad at first base, he would have to be your DH. To me, he just doesn't fit on this roster.
Agree there, although I will say I was not a fan when they hit him in the number 2 hole before. On this team, he might be okay if you went Turner, Hoskins, Harper, Schwarber. He's on base 387. You get Turner and Hoskins on base. Now you got Harper and Schwarber behind him. he might fit better in this lineup. Although I was more intrigued to see if he would have hit in the 4 hole until he got hurt in 2023.
I like Stott leading off. I would like I like Stott leading off a lot. Lefty, Turner, righty. Schwarber has reverse splits, so you have Harper, Schwarber, and then you have you could put Hoskins behind him, but then you become right-handed heavy if you have Castellanos and you have JT, and another right-handed bat behind there. So it just doesn't fit to me. If there's an injury and somebody goes down, you could see that changing very quickly.
I feel that the Stott, his last month, he's like a 290 on base guy at the leadoff spot. I feel like he got off to a flashy start, and it's just kind of like, now he does take a lot of pitches. He fouls a lot of pitches off. I'll give him that. By the way, the Braves have scored. It's 3-1 now, Atlanta. But I don't know. I think I've seen enough of the Stott thing at the top of the order. Just go Turner. Stop overthinking this thing. He's the guy. Let him hit leadoff. But you need to find a guy to hit the number 2 hole. I do agree with you there. A lot to play out here. The last thing on the Phillies, Dombrowski has been known to make a big move. He has not made that big move in Philadelphia. Is this the trade deadline?
I just don't know what it is, right? Because you're absolutely right. Like in Boston, Chris Sale, and then they won a World Series. They re-signed him, which ended up totally probably cooking him, and they whacked him. He goes to Atlanta, Chris Sale, a couple years later, and he's good down there. I just don't know what big move is being made. It's not going to be for a starting pitcher. Is acquiring a closer like a Miller from the A's, is that a big move? Okay, but what are you trading for that? Are you trading Abel, a former first-round draft pick, a starter? Is he just scratching the surface, or is he on a good run? And if you brought him up, you're worried that he would hurt his value because once he gets around the league once, they're going to be like, oh, okay, we see what he's doing. We're going to make adjustments to him. I do not believe there's going to be a big move made. I mean, honestly, Mike, here's what I want more than anything. I want Dave Dombrowski to improve the freaking team at the trade deadline. For the great moves that he's made, and he's made some great moves. Luzardo was a great move by Dave Dombrowski, and he's had other great moves. Pat Gillick came in here. Ed Wade essentially built the core of this team. Pat Gillick was able to put the finishing touches on this team at the trade deadline in the offseason, and that's what I need from Dave Dombrowski, is make this team better, not worse. And the moves that he made last season blew up in his face, and he's got to turn that around because they're going to have needs for sure.
All right, John Marks, Philly is the show. Let's go to, does the Sixers having the number 3 overall pick excite you at all?
Yeah, it sure. I mean, if independent of where the team is otherwise, sure. I love having the number 3 pick. And there's debates because it's like, all right, is it Ace Bailey? Is it one of these other guys? Should they trade back? Should they use number 3 for a veteran player? What should they do? Anytime that you have scenarios, it's fun, especially with what we do. It's fun to talk about those things, but it doesn't override the fact that this team is dumpster fire.
Okay, so you just said this team's a dumpster fire. So you're not looking at this as one of these teams. Every once in a while, you get a team that had high expectations, had a lot of injuries. They get into the lottery, and then they land a pick, and then that gets them right back. You don't think getting this pick is going to bring them closer to the top. You think they're still going to be either middle ground or dumpster.
All right, best case scenario, they're a 4 or a 5 seed. They win a round or 2, and that's it. Joel Embiid has a knee injury that is not getting better. When you're 7'2" and you're in your 30s, a knee injury, like Joel Embiid's had this knee operated on multiple times. Paul George is 35 years old. I like Tyrese Maxey. I like McCain. I'm all for the number 3 pick. But what are we talking about here? Daryl Morey, unfortunately, I don't know if he wanted to. I don't know if he could have went to ownership and said, "Hey, I think the best thing to do is try to regroup, and then 2 or 3 years from now we're going for it." Because as currently constructed, even with glass half full, best case scenario, this team's not good enough to go to the NBA Finals. Not even close.
If we had like a 4-hour day, you and I would battle on this one. Battle.
Oh, I would love to do it because Joel Embiid. Like, here's the thing with Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is an all-time Sixer. He's a tremendous talent. He's been a lot of fun to watch for the most part.
You're spot on all this, by the way.
Over the course of his career, he also doesn't know how to win, and some of it's not his fault. But when you're making $60 million a year, now it becomes your fault. So I wish they would have went a different route. When you look at the 4 teams that are still left, and there's not 4 teams left anymore, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
This isn't 2006. Daryl Morey has taken the template of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh, the big 3, and he's tried to apply that in 2025. Look at the teams that are going to win a title this year. Look at the teams that are going to be in the finals this year. That's not how they built. That's not how they're built. So we're going to try to do it again this year, and at some point he's going to get whacked. Daryl Morey's going to get whacked, and we're going to be starting over.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, it's like the whole Howie Roseman thing. And I'm not trying to compare Morey to Roseman. He's never won anything like Roseman. But there are people that wanted Roseman gone. I never was that guy. I thought he was smart enough to learn from his mistakes. Is Morey smart enough to see, I made some mistakes, am I smart enough to fix them? Because I do think he makes some good moves on the peripheral that don't get a lot of credit.
Yeah, I would still say that Daryl Morey is a good GM. I don't think he's terrible. He has made some good moves. His draft picks have been, like Maxey was an excellent draft pick. McKay was a good draft pick. Unfortunately, in the NBA, you have less margin for error. And right now, heading into I think he's the hottest seat in all of Philadelphia sports right now, Daryl Morey. He more or less has to rely on Joel Embiid not only being healthy enough to play enough games to matter, but Paul George at 35 finding the fountain of youth, Maxey emerging into this player. I actually have confidence in Morey selecting the right player at 3. Right. I just don't think where this team is right now that unfortunately I think they missed their window.
So would you rather take a guy at 3, move back, and get a player? I mean, take the guy at 3. Don't overthink it.
Well, I mean, like we're taking Ace Bailey. Ace Bailey could be a bust.
I'm not.
He could also be the best player in the draft. Well,
that's the thing. There's no guy that you love. So do you just say, hey, I like a guy at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can I get another player and a player at 7 that I really like?
Yeah, I do trust Morey in that situation for them to target the right guy and then be able to maneuver around.
And then even if they moved up to 2.
Right.
There's some talk of that.
Yeah, they were good to get the 3rd pick. Unfortunately, it was only the 3rd pick, so they've got some work to do. But I mean, the problem is with this pick, what's it doing for 2025? This team needs help now. You're talking about winning. Daryl Morey's on the hot seat. You're talking about winning right now. It doesn't do much for 2025.
Hey, everything you said is right. It comes down to Joel and George and Maxey. You lose those 3 guys again, you're a dumpster fire. You have those 3 guys, you have a shot in this East. I mean, this is a good Pacers team. It's not a great Pacers team. It's a very good. They fit their roles really well. But if you're healthy enough, you probably can go toe-to-toe with that team, no?
No.
All right.
No, I don't like it. As far as remember when Joel Embiid after the loss to the Heat, and he came out right after they lost, and he went up on the podium, and he's like, we need to be tougher. We need a guy like PJ Tucker. No, Joel, you need to be tougher, dude. Because they went out and they got PJ Tucker, and look how that worked out, right? Like, he sucks. So I'm tired of the Joel Embiid stuff. I'm rooting for the team. I'm rooting for him to turn it around this year. I hope he plays 180 games this year. Not even 80 games, 180 games this year. It is extremely unlikely that he's playing more than 60 or 50 games.
That's John Marks, PHLY YouTube channel. Philly, weekdays at 8 a.m. Check him out right there. And, of course, he was kind enough to join me right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
All right, buddy. Good to talk to you.
There's John Marks, everybody, here on the Sports Bash Live. Does having the number 3 overall pick excite you? Hit us up, 609-403-0973. You heard a lot of the Phillies conversation as well. Get on board a Thursday Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app, live video on the Twitter X platform, and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Don't forget to join the Sports Bash a week from tomorrow, live at the ShopRite LPGA Classic. McGettigan's 19th hole will be broadcasting live right outside McGettigan's, as we do each and every year. The LPGA Classic is back June 6th, 7th, and 8th at the Seaview. We'll be live as we are each and every year on that Friday of the tournament. And the Sports Bash will be live at a new spot in Wildwood, Pig Dog Beach Bar Barbecue down in Wildwood on the 13th. We will be live at Pig Dog Beach Bar for an Eagles Autism event. You can check us out there on Friday the 13th. Ooh. You'll hear what Dave Dombrowski says next. All right, 3 o'clock. 3-2 Phils in the 6th. Now it's going to be interesting. Braves just made a pitching change. A gentleman named Bummer came in the game. And he proceeded to plunk Edmundo Sosa. Now you wonder, is someone getting plunked back? It's a 3-2 game in the 6th. There's been a lot of conversation about the retaliation stuff and whether or not the Phils should have retaliated when Harper got hit the other night. Well, now they just plunked Sosa. No retaliation so far in the series by the Phils. It's a 3-2 game, though, in the 6th. Can you afford to put a runner on base? That's the question.
At some point, you got to send a message back.
Or now you're down 2 plunks to none.
You're down 2 plunks to none.
Right, but you're up 1, and Marsh struck out against a lefty. That death tax is
predictable.
Right. But do you say, look, it's a 1-run game. It's going to be the 7th inning when they come up the bat. Can you afford to put a Brave on base just to prove a point?
Yeah, because you should have hit for Marsh right here with Rojas. So if you're going to lose the game because you plunked one guy to get on base, then that's a you problem.
Yeah, but what? I don't understand what that has to do with anything.
No, I'm saying is that
I asked this question. The Braves are it's a 3-2 game right now. Now you're saying if they would have hit there, okay, they score a run. I don't know that Rojas is driving in anybody runs in here.
We all know that.
No, we don't know that, but I'm going off percentages here. Rojas is not a big RBI guy. There's 2 outs in the 6th. I'm assuming the score is 3-2. Now, I could be wrong. Even if it's 4-2. Is Rojas hitting one out of the park? I doubt it. So maybe he drives a run and it's 4-2. It's a 2-run game in the 7th. Can you afford to put a free runner on base?
Yeah, because
just to prove a point.
Because if your team is good enough to win the game, putting that one runner on is not going to should not change the outcome of the game.
Maybe, yeah, but you're saying if you're good enough. This is Major League Baseball here.
Listen, you put guys on a second base.
We already know that
innings.
their bullpen is one of their problems. They're into the bullpen now. By the way, Phil's left 2 stranded, so Marchand just grounded out to third base.
Yeah, thanks for nothing, Marchand.
Yeah, he had a home run earlier in the game. What are you getting on his case for?
Oh, he's left-handed at that point.
They only have 2 runs in this game. 2 of their runs are from Marchand in this game.
He was hitting left-handed at that point.
That's okay. Well, it's not his fault that the Braves brought in a left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
No, that was good. Everything else you said, not good. That was good. Bummer was good. No, I mean, listen, I get the old school nature of hitting a guy. I think the Harper thing definitely has some value. They hit Harper in the elbow. I don't think Strider did it on purpose, but in the 3rd inning there of that game, it's early enough in the game that you can say, hey, listen, you got our guy. We're going after your guy. Well, if that's how you want to play it. But you can't get this mentality in a game now 2 days later where it's a 1-run game in the 7th of a game that's pretty important for you.
Well, what do? You start the game tonight? First batter of the game, just plunk him.
You got another game tonight. Now you have it. Now people have said, well, you don't have to do it the next inning. You don't have to do it right away. You can do it. You play the Braves again. I think right now in the 7th inning, it's probably past the time that you would do this in a 1-run game. Now, if you're up 5, okay, you hit my guy in the 5th, I'm going to come after you. I mean, I'm up 5, I'm going to come after you. It's a 1-run game. I don't know where they are in their lineup. Let's see when they come back up here. But you're now into your bullpen. I think Kerkering threw the last inning. Sanchez went 6 2/3. So what, did Kerkering get 1 out? Is that what happened there? So was Kerkering coming back out here in the 7th? Find out in a second.
I'll be interested to see, because if you don't bring him out, does that make him available for tonight, or is he out for tonight?
So if he got 1 out, I would have to imagine he's available. And they didn't play yesterday, so I would think their bullpen is pretty
well
fresh.
Yeah,
they didn't play yesterday. If he threw 1 out, I don't know how many pitches he threw. Yeah, Kerkering's back out there.
I like it.
So Kerkering's back out for the 7th here. Now, where are they at in their lineup? Who's this? Is this a left-handed hitter? So I don't know what they are at the number 9
Verdugo.
spot. Okay, so they're 9. They're at the top of the order. So if you hit Verdugo, now you're putting Acuna up.
Right.
Can't do that. I mean, I'm assuming Acuna's hitting leadoff today. Oh no, Yeah, they're at the
Verdugo's
9
pinch hitting.
spot. They're at the 9 spot.
Really quick. So then the start of the next game tonight, this the 6:45er.
There you go. There's your shot.
First guy of the game.
And it's Wheeler. Wheeler's the ace of your staff, and Wheeler says, you know what? I'm the big adult here. I'll do it.
Right. And you don't drill 100 miles an hour on him, but you throw maybe, a solid pitch in the back.
The last thing I need is Kirkering putting a guy on base when he doesn't need to. He's pitching well enough right now. I don't need him putting guys on base.
Right. So like I said, you go to a guy like Wheeler tonight.
Wheeler.
First batter of the game, first pitch.
Wheeler's the guy. That's the guy. This game, too close, too late. I get it. He hit Sosa. Listen, I would say in years past, when guys knew how to command, if they hit you, they probably did it on purpose. Mm-hmm. These guys now have no flipping clue where they're throwing the ball.
No, but the problem now is you have two guys who've been hit. Now it's the point where it's like, all right, maybe Strider didn't mean it. Okay.
Did the other guy mean it?
Or is the other guy just an idiot?
No, that's what I'm saying. Either you got two guys who lack command. Strider has been all over the place since he's come back. He's got 2 Tommy John surgeries, remember?
Yeah.
So his command hasn't been very good to begin with. But
you still need to
get
send
it.
a
He
message.
hits Harper, and now Harper's out of the lineup today because of it. I think the Phillies do want to show that, hey, you can't just come in here, knock one of our guys out of the game, and then everything's, Bryson Stott here.
Right.
A-OK. Nice play there by Turner.
It's a great play by Turner.
But I think there are parameters here of where the game is. You are in a 1-run game in the 7th.
Right.
And now they didn't have Acuna at the top of the lineup. He was in the game, though. He must have came in for somebody.
No, Verdugo came in.
No, I'm saying Acuna usually hits leadoff, but he didn't hit right there, so he must have came in the game for somebody else.
You mean Acuna did?
Yeah, what am I talking to myself over here?
No, I was talking about Verdugo.
I'm not talking about Verdugo. I said that guy who just got out was not Acuna.
You're like my aunt. You said he, and I didn't know who you were talking about. Who is he?
The guy,
him.
The guy who hit after Verdugo was not Acuna. So I said they must not be hitting Acuna in the leadoff spot, or he didn't start the game, because I did see him go out in the right field. He must have came in for somebody at some point during the game there, because normally he hits leadoff. That's why I said you can't hit Verdugo with Acuna coming up next. But apparently he must not have started the game. He came in for somebody.
Acuna came in for Fairchild.
Oh, Fairchild was the one who stole the base and got hurt sliding.
Right, hurt his hand.
So he went to right field.
So
Okay.
Acuna is technically the 7 hitter now.
Okay, so then you're clear of facing Acuna for a little bit here.
Right, for a little bit. And then Verdugo came in for Williams. So I'm assuming there's going to be a corresponding move, because
Well,
Verdugo
Kirkering just got out of that inning clean.
Good job by Kirkering. Proud of you, man.
Gave up 1 hit, left him stranded, but quick inning. So it's 3-2, bottom 8 we head to. Phillies are beating the Braves in the first game of this doubleheader.
Really quick, so as I was saying, Verdugo, he came in for Williams. The Braves have to make another corresponding move, because the last time I checked, I don't think Verdugo plays shortstop.
No, he's a left-handed outfielder.
Right, but they brought in a left-handed outfielder for a shortstop, is what I'm saying. So there's going to be a corresponding move when they come up in this inning that we need to keep an eye on.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. We head to the 8th. We'll keep you up to date. By the way, don't forget, Wheeler and the Phillies go again tonight. We'll have some thoughts on that once this one is over here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, hit me with some of this Dombrowski stuff. I definitely want to hear what he had to say. He was on, and Marks referenced this when he was on with us. By the way, John Marks, thanks to him, and I appreciate the comments in the comments section if you're watching on the X platform. Looks like a guy who either has a bacon logo or a mustache logo. Says, John Marks, missed you, man. Hope to hear you more on MG's shows. Yeah, Marks has been on the show a couple times. I've been on his show a few times as well. We have Johnny Marks on from time to time. But he referenced the Dombrowski interview, who was on with John Heyman and Joel Sherman, right?
Yeah, so I want to start specifically because, Mike, you were asking the question the last hour about Andrew Painter, okay? So let's go on the Painter stuff here, because I thought that now I will mention that Dombrowski, he was prompted about Painter. He didn't volunteer the information. I thought that Heyman and Sherman asked some very, very good questions to put Dombrowski in a position to give these answers. So let's start with Dombrowski. He explains about Painter's progress and about this is all part of the plan, Mike, they put in place this past winter.
Well, he's doing very well right now from a health perspective, and his stuff continues to get better and better. Of course, he hasn't pitched off the mound. He's only had 3 AAA starts, as you mentioned. He's progressing in the fashion that we'd like to. It was an interesting chore we talked about in the wintertime, pitched in the Arizona Fall League, knew he was healthy, but what we tried to do was figure out, not only from a health perspective, but having him available to pitch later in the season for us, how that would look for bringing him back and the number of innings that he pitched.
So he's saying that he's progressing the way they planned back in the winter.
Right, this is all part of the plan.
I get it, but I just question whether the plan could have been accelerated.
You're questioning if it's a good plan.
I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying could it have been accelerated?
All right, well, he also went on to say why Painter, because we keep hearing this mid-July, right? Mm-hmm. John Middleton, Rob Thompson, Dombrowski have all previously said mid-July, but now Dombrowski is saying that there's a possibility, Mike, that mid-July target date, you still might not see Painter. Here's why.
We kind of projected him to be ready for Major League, and I've said in July-ish. What does that exactly mean? It depends upon how he does and how we do, but by no means is it guaranteed he's coming up to the major leagues in July, because if your other 5 starting pitchers are pitching great, well, he just keeps going there, and then you figure it out.
That's interesting, because Rob Thompson said the other day that July-ish was still the goal.
Right. And now Dombrowski is saying, well, if we're going well, maybe just stays in the minor leagues.
I guess if you don't have any need for him and you don't have to bring him up. But I guess my question would be, why does Mick Abel get the spot start and not Andrew Painter?
Well, maybe this is the reason why. Dombrowski says that there's something specifically Painter, Mike, still needs to work on. This is Dave Dombrowski from the Show podcast.
He's still throwing 96 to 100 with a good breaking ball and command. I think what continues to evolve, like a lot of guys coming back from injury, he needs to get out there, get better command on a consistent basis, improve the sharpness of some of his pitches, improve his changeup. So all of that keeps coming. So we still are looking at an elite pitcher, and we'll just see where it fits in, because as we know, we never have too much starting pitching.
I mean, I can understand what he's saying and say, okay, I'll play along, but isn't that the problem that Mick Abel has had a lot during his career? That
it was a huge problem.
Hasn't been able to throw strikes. He had 4 walks when he pitched his last start. Was that yesterday? No. Nobody pitched yesterday. We got rained out. But whenever Abel's last start was, he had 4 walks.
Right. And that's been Abel's problem all through the minor leagues.
His whip last year was 180.
Well, Mike, you just said about the Strider, for example. You said Strider's having control issues. He's had 2 Tommy Johns. So control is a problem everyone has.
The messaging they gave, they shouldn't have given. Like, you don't come out and say, oh, that July-ish is when we're going to have him up. No, you would say, we'll call him up when we need him. Don't put a timeline out there if you can't stick to it. That's why a lot of these GMs and coaches are, well, we don't like to give a timeline, because if we don't stick to the time, when they say, Joel Embiid, we're going to give you an update in 6 weeks. Then 6 weeks comes and goes. You said you're going to give 6 weeks. They don't want to give the timeline because they don't want to be held to it. Don't say you're going to call him up in July-ish if you're not going to call him up in July. Because now you got people saying, well, why isn't he up? Why wouldn't you call up? Is something wrong with him? Is he not responding?
The other thing I would ask, Mike, is, you asked the question in the last hour, are they handling this properly? So after what you heard from Dave Dombrowski, did he answer your question about handling Painter properly, or do you still have questions?
I don't think they're not handling it properly. I just think that they're handling a little too – I think they've been a little too safe. And as I just said, I don't like the messaging then. If you're telling me back in
March,
we're going to have him up sometime in July. And now you're telling me, well, he doesn't necessarily have to come up. Then why'd you tell me back in March that you were going to have the kid up? Because now, and listen, you want the kid to be able to pitch mentally his best wherever he's at. But human nature starts to take over. This, hey, man, I really thought I was going to be pitching in the majors, and now I'm down here pitching with a Bacon uniform on.
Well, did
Those
they
uniforms are terrible, by the way.
Did they maybe tell Painter, hey, don't listen to our media messaging. We'll tell you when you're ready?
He's human. I mean, there's that aspect of it.
True.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Don't listen to what I tell the media. Only listen to what I tell you behind
I mean, we told the media you're going to be up in July, and now we're backtracking on that because everyone's pitching too well.
Well, is it possible that the Phillies didn't foresee, for example, Taijuan Walker pitching the way he has?
I don't. Most likely, yes, I would imagine. But, like right now, to me, Abel would be getting these starts. Abel or Painter, if I thought Painter was ready, would be getting this start whenever Walker's supposed to. Tomorrow? Is Walker pitching tomorrow?
Yes. Walker's pitching tomorrow.
Walker would not make another start for me.
Well,
he has pitched well enough
Yeah.
as a starter that maybe I've built up some semblance of value that I can get maybe something for him if I want to. And at this point, I would have him mentally converted to a bullpen guy. You are now a bullpen guy for us. Do not have your mind going back and forth. Get used to being a bullpen guy. Because, you know, it's funny. I just read an article about Seth Johnson, and he said he's starting to kind of get into that role now, and he's starting to feel more comfortable. He said he used to have to throw for, like, you know, he has to, like, try to figure out when he can start getting loose. He says, now I only really need 15 throws. You know, one of the reasons that they said they liked him in the bullpen is because his stuff profiled as a two-pitch pitcher in the bullpen. That was their quote, not mine. So for the people who don't think that two-pitch pitchers are why you go to the bullpen, the Phillies actually said they thought his stuff. And by the way, speaking of the two-pitch pitcher in the bullpen, there's a report that the Rangers are going to move Rocker to the bullpen.
Yes.
To be the closer because they said he's a two-pitch. They like his two-pitch profile as a fastball slider guy. So they said Rocker's probably going to be a
oh, that's a blast.
Yeah, Schwarber just hit one to Camden.
Holy Toledo back
way out. And he hit it right to the Braves fans. How funny is that?
Oh, that's great. I mean, that's
a solo homer?
That's a solo blast.
Yeah, that ball was a Titanic blast.
Schwarber said, we are not losing this game. Watch this. That's what he just did.
That was a absolute bomb by Kyle Schwarber. So it's 4-2 Phillies now. It's a solo shot. See, just like when he leads off, there's nobody on base for him. Doesn't matter where you put him. He can't hit homers with guys on base. Look at that. He hits the ball right to the Braves fan. I mean, right to him. The kid caught it right in his glove.
Good job by the kid.
So Seth Johnson, though, has said he's starting to get more comfortable now that he's in that role and that he's happy that they came to him. He said when he got called in, he thought he was getting traded.
Oh.
So he got traded to Baltimore. I think he was with Tampa. Doesn't matter. He was with somebody. He got traded to Baltimore.
Right.
Then he was in the trade last year for Soto, I think.
Yes.
So now he's here. He thought when he got called in that he was getting traded.
Again.
He was relieved to hear that it was to get moved to the bullpen because he has a better shot of getting called up now as a bullpen guy. But he said, I now have all this time to get my mind set on how to be a relief pitcher. That's what the Phillies need to do with Walker. Stop using him as a starter. You don't need to use him as a starter. You have other options.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because Dave Dombrowski did mention during his conversation that he does believe Taijuan Walker can be an asset for the Phillies bullpen.
Walker's in there now. At some point, he will move back to the bullpen when Nola's ready. And we're in a position where he did pitch great out of the bullpen. His velocity ticked up to 95 with a tremendous splitter, fields his position, holds runners. We feel that the potential exists there for him to help us.
Again, how do I know if you're not using him there?
I mean, Dombrowski seems pretty convinced.
I don't think he's going to say we don't believe in him in that role. But if you want me to believe in him in that role, is what I'm saying. You want me to believe in him in that role, then I need to see him in that role.
Right.
You're telling me that you don't believe him in that role because when you see an opportunity to get him out of that role, you take him out of that role. If I think you're an asset to me in that role, I'm not moving you.
Right. It's the whole Jeff Stoutland thing with the Eagles, right? Where he doesn't like to move guys in games
It's a good
from
one.
position to position.
Right. I don't want to lose 2 bullpen arms and move my bullpen around and keep calling guys up. I want to keep you in the bullpen because I value you in that role.
Right.
You're telling me you don't value him in that role. That's what you're telling me.
You know, the Eagles have never moved Lane Johnson from right to left tackle in a game in his entire tenure. They've always found another guy to bring in at left tackle. It's like the Phillies are like, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to keep you in the role.
And listen, we've never seen the Eagles, generally don't see the Eagles very infrequently move multiple guys. Like,
almost never.
Hey, you're going to go from left guard to right guard, and then we're going to put a different guy in. They'll usually say, no, we're not moving you from. Now, the only time that they've done this that I can really think of was last year in the playoff. They moved Landon Dickerson from left guard to center, but they didn't really have another center.
Right, and then they had brought in Juergens anyway in the second half.
When Dickerson got hurt.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, Dombrowski does admit, by the way, speaking of the bullpen, that the bullpen is in need, as you would expect, though, Mike. There's a but.
Our biggest need is our bullpen. I mean, it has been for us, and you lose Alvarado, so you keep an eye on it. There's different ways to go about it. Internally, we have pitched better. Romano's pitched much better. He had one bad outing in Sacramento, but other than that, he's thrown the ball much better. Kirkering has picked it up. Strom is good. Banks is very solid. And we have, I think, other guys that are solid out there. Ideally, you would have some strength in more late inning type guys that can give you a scoreless inning late. We'll keep our eyes open on that.
Fair. I mean, it's a fair comment. The bullpen has pitched better. Saw Kirkering pitch another good inning today. Romano has been better. But he did say, ideally, we'd like to have somebody who's a little stronger.
Yeah. So,
I'm okay with that answer. I mean, he's not ripping his group of guys.
No.
But he's acknowledging.
He's being fair about the state of the team on May 29th. And he's saying that, we'll keep an eye out if we can get somebody.
Yeah, he's acknowledging we need a higher leverage player is what I got out of that.
Right. So to me, that sounds like, Mike, that Dombrowski is basically telling you, look, we're probably going to get a bullpen arm at the deadline, but probably only one. We're not going to go out and get multiple guys.
All right, we'll hear more from Dave Dombrowski. He was on the show, which is on the New York Post site, and it's from John Heyman and Joel Sherman from MLB Network. Both of those guys talked to Dave Dombrowski, was their guest, and there's a lot more here. He's going to talk about Aaron Nola. He's going to talk more about some young players who could be a part of the future of this team.
You'll like some of these names, by the way.
Also,
I can't wait to see your reaction.
What is the future of Kyle Schwarber on this team? You just saw him hit a Titanic blast to Camden to give the Phils a 4-2 lead. Here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Andrew DeCecco has football at 4 today in 35 minutes. Matt Strom is in the game right now in the 8th for the Phillies, and that means Romano would be on in the 9th, it looks like. We got Eagles OTA observations on football at 4 today. Andrew was there on Tuesday and Wednesday, so you hear from him. More Sports Bash coming up on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 3:30. Things are getting hairy at Citizens Bank Park. Strom's in the game. Acuna doubles after a Murphy homer. So it's 4-3 Phillies. 2 outs in the 8th. You got Acuna on second. Now they're deep in their order. You got 1 on, 2 outs here in the 8th. So big spot in the game with Acuna doubling there, and now you got a lefty Harris against the lefty Strom. So it's probably the last batter for Strom here because it's a lefty.
Yeah, and we got
Although you had Verdugo hit in the 9th. Did they take him out of the game because he's also a lefty? But I thought you said he was hitting for the shortstop, and he probably is not going to play shortstop.
He was replaced by Allen.
Okay, so
I don't know what bat Allen is. Let me look it up here.
All right, so this would probably be Strom's last hitter. You said they got Jose Ruiz warming up in the bullpen?
Yes.
So
Nick Allen is a right-handed hitter.
So I would imagine if this
is probably Strom's
if Harris gets on base, I would imagine Allen, a right-handed hitter, would face Ruiz, a right-handed pitcher.
And
I don't want to see that.
Mike, that was part of the conversation, right? They went out to the mound to talk to Strom, be like, all right, man, just give us all you got for this guy.
Well, and they probably wanted to stall so they can get Ruiz warmed up a little bit. By the way, that ball's down, and the Braves have just tied the game at 4. So we just talked about what Dombrowski said about his bullpen, and his bullpen backfired on him there because they have just coughed up a 2-run lead here in the 8th.
That's a thanks for nothing.
Well, I mean, listen, you only really have 3 bullpen pieces that you trust at this stage.
And one of them just let you down.
Well, and you can't rely on these guys every single night of the week. They're your only 3 guys. You can't rely on them every single night of the week. So that's the problem, whereas, yeah, most nights you're going to get the Kerkering, Strom, and Romano, bang, bang, bang. You feel pretty good, I guess, but there's going to be days where if you're relying on 3 guys every single night, one of the 3 is not going to do their job. You can't expect 3 guys to do their job every single night. So now Ruiz comes in the game. It's a 4-4 game here in the 8th inning. So obviously the Phils have 2 more at-bats to see what happens there. All right, let's hear some more from Dombrowski. Some good stuff here.
So I want to get to the part about, I mentioned to you, Mike, these names are going to interest you, okay? So they were asking Dombrowski about the championship window. I thought that was a great question by Joel Sherman, where he was he was pressing Dombrowski, and look, you got a lot of guys, they're getting older, they're free agents. You know, how much of it is this season? How much are you saying, hey, we gotta win now, and how much of it is, hey, we can still win after this year? And Dombrowski goes on to name players, Mike, who he believes could be part of this team extending their championship window. You got your pen ready? I want you to take a note on some of these names, because some of these names, I think you're going to be surprised.
The reason we can continue to be a good club is that not only the players we have here, but our AAA club is as good as anybody in baseball, and not just record-wise, but we have a lot of we got Crawford, and we've got this kid Kemp, and we've got Rincones, and we talked about Abel, and we talked about Painter, and then we've got guys like Miller. So we have some young players getting ready to join this group. I think it's really important for us to try to win with this group. You're not going to be able to keep them all together forever.
Well, that's for one. He acknowledged you can't keep this group together forever. He mentions this kid named Kemp and Rincones. I hope they're a part of this team's future. I would love for them to have more firepower and just keep, one of the problems with this team as people see it is they're getting older. Where are the replacements? We hear Crawford's name. We hear Miller's name. Tait is 18 years old. He did not mention him.
Nope.
Escobar is 20 years old.
Didn't mention him.
He did not mention him. Those are 2 players who are highly regarded, but not anywhere close to being ready. So he mentions Otto Kemp, who's 25, and Gabriel Rincones, who somewhere in that 23, 24, 25 range as well.
23, yeah.
So, yeah, I hope they're up here. But, look, I would imagine Rincones possibly could be the replacement for Nick Castellanos. So you have Castellanos here again next year. Maybe once Castellanos leaves, you're not going to re-sign Nick Castellanos. I can tell you that much. The replacement might be Rincones. Max Kepler's on a 1-year deal. Someone's going to have to play left field next year. Center field situation's up in the air.
I mean, that probably could be Crawford sooner than later in center field.
Yeah, you would think Crawford will be the starting center fielder on opening day next year. I'd be pretty surprised if he's not. So next year your outfield is probably Crawford, Castellanos, and then someone playing left field. I can't imagine Max Kepler's back again next year. Aiden Miller, where's his future position? Do you see Trey Turner playing left field at some point? That was a good pitch by Ruiz. He gets out of the inning. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
Tie game, 4-4.
Yeah, the Braves have tied it up. So,
yeah, Strom couldn't get the job done. Ruiz salvaged it. So now we can still win this game. Speaking of the older players, Mike Dombrowski, after naming 6 guys right there, he goes on to say that, look, the point is the Phillies, the prospects are going to be important moving forward, as we mentioned, Mike, to fill the voids for free agents and aging players.
Got free agents at the end of the year, Schwarber, Suarez, Kepler, who just new this year, JT. So it's hard to keep everybody together. And I think you also have to be cognizant that you don't want to get age all together at one time, too. That's why the influx of young players is extremely important, because then I think that combination can keep you a good club for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, the one guy there he mentions is JT. They don't really have another catcher in the system to, replace him. Kepler's a nothing burger. I mean, whether he's here or not next year, it doesn't really push anybody's pile. Schwarber, they'd like to probably bring back, I would imagine. I don't remember who else he said.
Well, he mentioned JT, Schwarber, Kepler were the main 3 he mentioned. But what I think is interesting, he also said in that bite, Mike, he says, you don't want these guys all aging out at the same time. And my mind goes back to what was the problem with the last Phillies run. They all got old all at the same time, way too quick, and they had nobody to fill those voids. So it sounds like Dombrowski, even though he wasn't here a decade ago, he's aware that, hey, this is a problem in baseball. What you saw with the Phillies last time, we're not going to let it happen this time.
Mm-hmm. Well, he has always, Dombrowski, traded prospects. That's why it's interesting that he is, and by the way, good for him if he's evolved and said, hey, I acknowledge we got to keep these guys around because we got older guys.
Well, remember Ruben Amaro Jr., we played the audio last week where he said, the prospects the Phillies have now are better than the prospects that they had over a decade ago in their system. So is part of it maybe, Mike, that Dombrowski as well is aware that, hey, the Millers, the Painters, that some of these guys, these are not your run-of-the-mill top prospects.
Well, I think the Phillies back in the Amaro day did a good job of pumping up the value of mediocre prospects. Now, is he doing a little bit of that with Rincones and Kemp?
Oh, he's definitely doing it with
Kemp. Is he mentioning them as, hey, we like these guys in the future? By the way, a 4-hit day for Castellanos. Just what I want my $100 million dude to smack 4 singles.
It's better than 4 strikeouts at least. I mean,
I'm used to the 4 strikeouts, but give me 4 singles today. Good job, Castellanos.
On base percentage is going up. Let's go.
Yep. 100 million, 4 singles. That's what you get me. God sakes. And none of them with anybody on base.
No,
by the
of course
way.
not. No one's on base for any of these.
You hit me 4 singles, but not one guy on base. So now you're hitting singles for 100 million and not driving anybody with those singles. I got it. Thanks.
All right, so back to the
Castellanos.
Yeah.
He's got 1 year left, so you got to, you'll have him next year. No one's taking him.
Right.
Crawford will play center field. Someone else will play left field. Could be Turner.
Right. It's like, for example, is the lineup next year with Turner in left field and then Aiden Miller at short?
Right.
In the middle of that infield. Because the Phillies do really want him to come up. It's just a matter of the timing of it. I'm assuming Painter's in the rotation to start next year, right? So, I don't know exactly where he would be, but I'm assuming the rotation next year in some capacity is what? Wheeler, Luzardo, Painter, Nola is the 4.
Sanchez.
And Sanchez. Sanchez is...
And that you're assuming that they don't sign Suarez, it sounds like.
I mean, I just saying because he's a free agent. So I don't know what his prospects are after this year.
Up in the air, but I mean, he's pitching so well right now. How do you say, hey, go ahead and walk? Now, unless you say, go ahead and walk, we'll take the
Take the young guys.
No, we'll take the draft pick compensation in return for you.
Right. Of course, that gets back to the whole, do you trade him at the deadline and stuff. But Dombrowski went on to say, Mike, that one of the things that encourages him about the window moving forward is that certain of the veteran players, he believes that they're such great athletes, they can maintain being productive as they get older.
I also do think when you talk about people like Wheeler and you talk about Turner, you talk about Harper, you talk about Nola, these guys are in great shape. They're really good athletes. They're good shape. And they work hard, and we have a great training and physical fitness group. So the ability to play later into their careers and continue to do so, I think we have that ability to sustain that. But again, I don't think we'll be able to keep all our group together. It's just the natural, because you have to be in a situation where you're cognizant that you don't want to get too old as a club either.
Well, I like what he said there. I don't think we'll be able to keep all this group together. I mean, so he's at least acknowledging that. By the way, so Rojas is coming in to run for who? Castellanos?
Looks like it.
So you got first and second with nobody out. They're running. Yeah, Castellanos is out of the game.
Good job, Cassie. You got 4 hits today.
I mean, give him credit. He did lead off the inning with a single. If this comes around to score, then
it's because of him.
He got on base.
Yeah.
Sosa is now up. You laying down a bunt here?
Ooh, that'd be juicy. Let Rojas wreak some havoc. Maybe tell him.
The only reason I would say you probably don't lay down a bunt here, and they're anticipating bunt. I mean, they got the infield. They are bunting, so he's showing bunt, and he got it down.
Oh, he got it.
Very
it's
good.
Deadened. He
Good
deadened
bunt.
it.
Very good bunt. So, yes, they did bunt, and now it's second and third. I was going to say, the only reason you might not lay down the bunt there is you got Marsh coming up, unless they hit for Marsh, and Marsh has done – now, Marsh has hit a lot better in the last couple
Marsh
weeks.
has been better since he came back from the hamstring injury.
It's a heck of a bunt, by the way.
It's probably one of the best bunts you'll see all year.
That is a heck of a bunt. You got the first baseman.
Can we get a video of that and send it to all of the youth programs? You want to
It's
show it to your kids, Mike?
Fantastic. By the way, because the first baseman is literally smelling his breath. And, that almost got by Murphy there.
Rojas has got to be dancing over there for third base here.
It's 4-4, by the way, in the bottom of the eighth. You lay down the bunt in that situation. I like the play because now you got one out with a runner on third. You got 2 shots with Turner on deck, and you got Rojas as the runner here. So you got good speed on third, and
that's foul.
Anything that is mediocre in the outfield, you should be able to tag up and score in this spot here because of the move. So good job by Thompson running there.
And
by the way, I
by
meant to
Sosa
bring this
bunting.
up. I meant to bring this up earlier today, but the game has been exciting. We've had a lot of good conversation, good text messages today. ESPN.com just did its award winners for post-Memorial Day. They have some axe system for players and Earl system for managers. I don't know how actually, you can go on the website and ESPN.com and read it. That's a half-hearted swing there by Marsh. The Cy Young Award leader, according to the axe numbers, is Jesus Luzardo, and number 2 is Wheeler. They are the top 2, 1 and 2 right now, according to this axe number. I don't know how they get
diagnostic, I guess.
Whatever. And according to the Earl number, Rob Thompson is the manager of the year. They according to this method, if you will, he has been the best manager in the National League.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming that people listening to me want to know what is the formula that they've come up with for this, because everybody thinks that Rob Thompson's the worst. He's horrible. He doesn't do anything. He
just stands there.
He's the reason why they lose. By the way, Marsh just walked. Anytime the Phillies lose, it's because the manager's terrible. Well, according to the Earl, EARL, he has been the best manager in baseball.
EARL.
Earl.
All right. So
I will read off what Earl stands for.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm very curious because I feel like this is something I could never guess in my wildest dreams.
Yeah, Marshawn up, by the way, not because Marsh is hitting 8th today. The manager version of Axe, which is Earl, considers factors that tend to influence postseason balloting in this category, like winning above below preseason expectation, outperforming run differential, performance in close games.
Okay.
So that's what they think he's done well in.
So what they are saying is that Rob Thompson's team is.
I'll read what they said about Thompson.
Okay, I was just going to guess that it sounds like they're going to say that he's performing above expectations.
In the American League, A.J. Hinch was the front runner.
He's the Tigers manager, right?
Yes. And in the National League, it's Rob Thompson. It says, this is a tightly packed race with Thompson emerging as a fairly surprising leader. The Phillies were expected to contend, to be sure, but have outperformed their run differential by 3 wins to date and are a sparkling 10-4 in one-run games. The system likes those things.
Interesting. So according to their analytics, the Phillies are actually outperforming expectations.
Yes.
Whereas people would say that Thompson is doing nothing. And they're saying, no, you got to give Thompson credit for it.
Well, his record is pretty sparkling as a manager in terms of, win-loss anyway. But, whatever reason, people don't like him, and they're fair to have their reasons. I don't really need to know your reasons or have to agree with them.
Yeah, they're typically not good reasons.
Bases are loaded, by the way, 1 out. So Marshawn is up in this spot. Couple text messages. Mike, I've seen enough. Can't trust Strom anymore. He gets out ahead and then he tries to nibble. Yeah, he's not the hardest thrower, that's for sure. It amazes me that Strom gets so many strikeouts because he doesn't have overpowering stuff.
No, he doesn't. But he is a guy that when he's pitching well, he kind of gets the hitters off balance.
Now, Marshawn homered earlier in the game hitting left-handed.
Correct.
So he is back up hitting left-handed in this spot with a chance to – oh, they hit him.
Oh, my goodness.
It's the 3rd time. Now, what are you doing? That's the 3rd guy. You're down 3-0 in the hit category.
I'm telling you start the next game off. Wheeler to Acuna right in the back.
Yeah, I would be on board with that.
Just start the next game. Just tell Zach, look, Zach, just put one on his back. Let the Braves know enough is enough. We see you. I will say, though, that was that ball definitely got away from the Braves pitcher Hernandez.
That's just a down and in curveball. I think he threw something off speed to hit him in the foot.
Yeah.
You're not trying to hit a guy in the foot.
No.
Not with the bases loaded, by the way.
But you still got to let the Braves know, look, man, this is now 3 guys you've hit in our series. Like, you can't keep doing this.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me all that much.
Wait, are they challenging if it's a hit batter?
Oh, you might as well. It's the 8th inning here. What are you holding your challenge for?
Interesting challenge. I didn't know you could challenge that.
Yeah. Yeah, you could challenge to see if the guy got hit or not.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
Well, now I know.
It's just, yeah, you see this a lot, actually. I mean, did it hit? Did it obviously hit him? It looked like it did.
I mean, it looked like from the one camera angle it did. The other camera angle, it's hard. This one, it's hard to tell because you can't really
because they have the sponsor's graphic covering his foot.
Like, it looks like it clips the front foot, and that's why Marchand goes down.
It hit his. Yeah,
it looks like it's his front foot because you see it clips his foot and then he goes down.
I think it definitely hit him, and I would say if it didn't hit him, it's too hard to overturn at this point. You know what I mean? Like it's moving so fast, you can't really.
There's no conclusive evidence.
So Phillies go up 5-4 in the 8th. Castellanos with the leadoff single there to get the run home. So give him 2 points.
Yeah, you're $100
million. And then a bunt from Sosa. So a Castellanos leadoff single.
Let's see here.
So they challenged it, and now Snideker is going to come out, and he's either going to take the pitcher out or he's going to complain. All right, we'll wrap it all up coming up on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. We'll recap everything that's going on, get you up to date. Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. All right, we head to the ninth with the Phillies leading 5-4. Marshawn Schwarber home runs. 5-4. The Phillies had the bases loaded in the eighth, and a hit by pitch has given them a 1-run lead. Heading to the ninth, it is Jordan Romano time. Oh, boy. Football at 4 on the way. We're going to check in on the Eagles OTAs. Observations from Andrew DeCecco. Coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, we'll get AD's look at the Birds. He was at the NovaCare Complex on Tuesday and Wednesday. What are some of his key observations? Find out next. Football at 4 right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video on the Twitter X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe. on some of the OTA matchups with Andrew DeCecco today from the Inside the Birds podcast. He was an observer at OTAs the last 2 days. We'll see what stood out to him here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you're watching the live show on the X platform, formerly Twitter, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, you can always watch there, and make sure you subscribe to get Football at 4 each and every day right here on the Sports Bash. So many different stories happening at the OTAs. We've got, obviously, Kevin Petula meeting the media for the first time yesterday. We'll get Andrew's take on how does he think things might change or be different with Kevin Petula in the fold now. We heard some comments we played a little while ago from LaShawn McCoy basically saying, look, this is Jalen Hurts' offense. It doesn't matter who the play caller is. We'll see if Andrew's buying in that as well. What about in the secondary? Drew Mukuba, I guess he wants to go by. How did that look there against Sidney Brown? What the corner spot might shape up to start at OTAs, where you've got Adoree Jackson, Kaylee Ringo. And what about the role for Cooper DeJean this year? That is something that is going to be discussed as well as we look forward to all of the big matchups at Eagles training camp, which, by the way, is almost here. We're in the month of June already, everybody, right? We're in the month of June. I love it. As much as we wait for the summer to get here, it's summer's here, Memorial Day weekend, OTAs. Hey, can I get to football season? Give me the July practices. Give me the battles, because this team has a lot of them, and they had their first media open OTAs. It took place in the bubble, the Birds on display, and they had a bunch of things happening. 80 minutes they were out on the practice field with new offensive coordinator Kevin Petula speaking before practice. It was the first glimpse of the 2025 Eagles, the world champion team. The book is now closed. It is now time for the next version of the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's get into it now with Andrew DeCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com, here on the Sports Bash. What's going on, my man? How are you?
Mike, I'm doing great. Good to be with you.
As always, man, everybody looking forward to your reports on OTAs. You had a first-hand view of what's going on there. 80 minutes, the Eagles out there at practice. Here, 80 minutes, they had to get something accomplished, right? So give me a couple of things that you thought they got accomplished in the first 2 days of OTAs.
Well, they unveiled Kevin Petula, the new offensive coordinator, and I thought he did a really good job, at least in my estimation, for that initial presser. And what I was really able to glean is that he's going to optimize the talent that he has and put his players in the best position to be successful, which is really what you want to hear, and not somebody that's going to kind of try and reinvent the wheel. You obviously want to cater to those strengths. He also mentioned that a mentor for him was Chan Gailey in addition to Nick Sirianni. But all in all, I thought that was a really good opening presser for Kevin Petula. And then there were some takeaways for OTAs during the actual practice sessions. And I always say you never want to read too much into it. It's OTAs. There's a lot of mixing and matching that goes on. Teams or coaches are trying to really gauge where their personnel is best. And Cooper DeJean, and when the Eagles were in base, and it was, sparingly, but he was outside when he kicked back into nickel in those situations. And I think that's going to be his primary role. But I thought that was notable. I thought the fact that Will Shipley was really involved in the passing game and caught a lot of passes and got upfield and showed a lot of burst. And to me, he looked a little bit bigger. It looked like he added some muscle to his frame this year, which is obviously going to be critical, as I believe he is going to be the RB2 this year behind Saquon Barkley. Despite the addition of A.J. Dillon, I really do think that they like what they have there in Shipley. So those are two guys that I thought really stood out to me in particular, Kevin Petula and Will Shipley. And then on the defensive side, it was Andre Sam, the second-year safety from LSU, who I mentioned on your program. I mentioned it in a lot of places. And, he played at the highest level at LSU. He was pretty much a little brother to C.J. Gardner-Johnson last year. He spent the whole year on the practice squad. And I thought he was around the football a lot. He had a really nice breakup along the far sideline on a pass to Grant Calcaterra. So I thought he helped himself a little bit too.
Okay, a couple things off of what you just said. Cooper outside. Do you think there's a possibility that Mitchell and Cooper are the two outside guys in kind of a base form, and then Cooper gets slid to the inside when they go to, more of a nickel look?
Yeah, I do. And if your two best corners are Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, however you want to rank them, they are your two best corners. And I think it's only a matter of time, whether it's this year or down the line, where Cooper DeJean is an outside corner. But I'm not trying to minimize that nickel role because it is obviously critical in today's NFL. It's a starting role. But, yes, I think that you will see him kick inside the nickel when they are in those situations. And supporting that is that the Eagles really don't have anybody behind him that you can say, yeah, they have so-and-so waiting in the wings. They tried Sidney Brown there a couple of years ago. That didn't work out. Drew Makuba can play, can move around the formations, but he's not going to be an every down nickel. And, Perry Nickerson's there. Eli Ricks is not a nickel, so you can see where I'm going with this. They have someone in Cooper DeJean who's already one of the premier players at that position.
All right, you mentioned Kevin Patullo. We heard from him yesterday. You mentioned Chan Galley. I thought that name stood out to me as well, but it sounded like he took a little something from everybody. He mentioned Kellamore. He mentioned Frank Reich. He mentioned Chan Galley as all different coordinators that he worked under. The one question I would have for you is, he is a guy who has a pass game background, passing game coordinator the last 2 years here, wide receiver coach. Any indication that they might throw the ball more with him at the commands?
Not off with just one practice, but if I had to guess about how it's going to look, and you hear different players like A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts and everyone that has had the opportunity to be available speak on the evolution of the offense, yeah, I mean, when you read into it, the evolution certainly wouldn't be in the running game. I think it would be in the passing game, and I think you're going to see a little bit more creativity there. You have to remember, for the last, year or so, you haven't really seen the explosive plays in terms of the passing game with regularity, the deep shots that were so prevalent in 2022 even. And there was a lot of horizontal pass plays yesterday for what it's worth, but you also have to bear in mind that during team drills, Johnny Wilson wasn't out there, Devontae Smith was not present for yesterday's session, and A.J. Brown was held out of team drills, probably just due to preservation. He was present, went through individual stuff. So you're not working with the full gamut of pass receivers, and it's more of the installation period anyway, so I don't know that you can read into it one way or the other. But to answer your question, yes, I do think you're going to see a little bit more of a dynamic pass attack this year with Kevin Patullo at the helm.
Okay, you mentioned Andre Sam. Let's throw one back at you on him. Talking to Andrew DeCecco, Football 4. Is he in play in your mind with Drew Makuba, with Sidney Brown, and others for that safety spot?
Well, not as a starter, Mike, but that's safety 4 spot, right? Because I look at it at Reed Blankenship, Drew Makuba, and Sidney Brown. Now, that 4th spot, you're looking at a Tristan McCullum, an Andre Sam, a Lewis Seen, or a Maxon Hook, who is an undrafted free agent who's really good friends with Quinyon Mitchell and has gotten a lot. I've gotten a lot of questions about him and Lewis Seen to that degree. But the player no one is talking enough about is Andre Sam. I've written about him, and I've mentioned him various places, and then you see him go out there on the field, and you see a second-year player who's versed in the defense, who knows exactly what his coaches are asking him to do. He's playing with more confidence. He's faster. He's playing faster, and he's letting his instincts take over, and he was around the football a lot. Again, you never want to make too much out of it, but I thought that he looked, of that group, a player that I thought made the most of his reps. And so I'm looking to see how that will carry over next week, mandatory minicamp on June 10th, and then, of course, training camp when the pads come on. Because he did have a solid summer last year, really after the second half, for the second half of training camp.
All right. What is your take on Bryce Huff not being there? I know you wrote about him not there, Smith not there, Avery Williams not there, Ben Van Sumeren, Reed Blank. So other guys weren't there, but he certainly had a disappointing year, and you would think, hey, I know I had a bad year, but I want to prove that I can earn my $51 million, and he doesn't show. Big deal, not a big deal.
Yeah, it definitely raised my eyebrows because it was coming on the heels of being inactive for the Super Bowl. He had an underwhelming, to say the least, season last year, and this was an opportunity for him to get off on the right foot, prove to your coaches I'm willing to be present and put the work in and do whatever it takes to really turn the corner or really showcase what you've been working on in the offseason. But there's another side to that coin, and one, we don't know if there are other. Well, we don't know why he wasn't there, but we also don't know if it was his decision entirely or if it was a group decision with him and the Eagles. Maybe stay away. We're going to try and work something out, and we don't want to risk you getting injured. There could be a multitude of reasons here, but I thought for him not to be there was one that was the only player that I really had and highlighted and wanted to kind of look into that a little bit more because it was curious given the way that his season went last year.
All right, if I was to ask Andrew Checo, you mentioned in your notes over at InsideTheBirds.com that Tyler Steen, now it's hard to really, 7-on-7s and offensive line's hard at OTAs, but Tyler Steen versus Kenyon Green, if the Eagles secretly said, I want this guy to win that one, who do they want to win?
They would want Tyler Steen to win. If that is the question that's being asked, then they drafted him in the third round. They've now spent 2 full seasons developing him. He was the front runner to start last year, and obviously Mekhi Becton seized the opportunity when Steen missed time with the ankle, and kudos to him for doing that. But Tyler Steen would be a good story of development. I think that he did a really nice job last year when pressed into service. A lot of the times were mid-game, which is very challenging. And it looked to me like he was a player who saw the game. He had to see the game through a different lens last year. He didn't win the starting spot, and he was a rotational piece. But I thought that if he proved being able to step in those situations, which were really tough, that he was maximizing his practice reps, that he was really being a student in the film room because he was prepared. And I thought he did a really good job. And I'm looking to see if he's able to build on that and move. And, this season, he's going to be the front runner to win that job. But I think Kenyon Green might have something to say about that. But I think Steen is good enough to stave him off and will be the right guard.
Yeah, you said they drafted Steen in the third round. The Texans drafted Green in the first round. So last year,
he's an outside addition, and they've sort of Steen is more or less a homegrown player who they've developed. So I think that I would be more inclined to think that the Eagles would want him to win the job, and he'll probably be afforded every opportunity to do so.
We'll see. This happened last year to him. Mekhi Becton, he got usurped there by an outside guy who was a first-round pick. Very similar situation. That's definitely one to keep an eye on. Andrew, another one to keep an eye on, which you got to see firsthand, Adoree Jackson, Kaylee Ringo. Most people think, okay, they want Ringo to win that job, but the outside guy, Jackson, he seemed to be the guy that got the reps yesterday.
Yeah, not overly surprising, although Ringo has been here now for 2 seasons. But Adoree Jackson being the veteran, maybe they're showing deference there. Brett Toth, for example, was the first-team center with Cam Jurgens not there. They had Drew Kendall, who obviously will be the number 2 and have more opportunities in training camp. But sometimes in the initial practice, and we also don't know what the lineups look like in the other days that the media is not there. But I thought that Adoree Jackson got more of the first-team reps than Ringo worked in as well, but it was heavily featured Adoree Jackson with the ones. And that's something I'm going to be keeping an eye on because obviously he has the experience. He's much more of a consistent player, much more of a known commodity. And if he's able to be more fundamentally sound than maybe a Kaylee Ringo, who has more athleticism, in my opinion, well, that could be the determining factor whether or not Vic Fangio fully trusts the player.
All right, last one for Andrew. The quarterbacks yesterday, Tanner McKee seemed to get most of the reps there. You've got the other group of guys, DTR, and, of course, Kyle McCord. Was this an evident winner in the backup quarterback spot, even though it looks like McKee is going to be the guy? But when you put the 3 of them together, did anything stand out?
I thought McKee had a really good day. He threw a deep touchdown to undrafted free agent wide receiver Darius Cooper from Tarleton State. He threw another deep shot to Danny Gray. He had about a 20 to 25-yarder on the left side to tight end Harrison Bryant. He throws the ball with velocity. He has the size at 6'6" that he just delivers the football with the timing, the accuracy, and there's just such a drastic drop-off when you see Tanner McKee leave and you see DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, go in, and it almost seems like it takes a lot more effort for him to make those type of throws. He doesn't quite have the same arm, nor does he have the arm strength. And McKee is a player that I think the NFL is going to be intrigued with in the future, and the Eagles are going to have a hard time keeping him because the secret is out. Then you look at Kyle McCord, and I think eventually Kyle McCord, once you get through training camp, is going to leapfrog DTR. Obviously, the Eagles gave him the opportunity first because he's a proven commodity, and they're going to have McCord earn those opportunities. So I think that'll eventually settle itself in training camp.
All right, there's our Football at 4 for this Thursday edition. Andrew DeCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. You can get all of his OTA observations over at InsideTheBirds.com. And, of course, right here on Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we'll talk to you later, man.
Sounds good, Mike.
All right, there's Andrew DeCecco here for Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. So many nuggets there for you. And speaking of the nuggets, we got Nick's Nuggets coming up in just a couple of moments here on the Sports Bash. And, of course, the big takeaway from the observations from yesterday have to be, number one, you look at the outside corner spot. Is it going to be Cooper DeJean getting more reps outside than he did a year ago? Is it going to be Adoree Jackson who wins that role? Or is it going to be Kaylee Ringo? That's one that we'll all have our eye on. The Eagles are back at OTAs. I believe, let me pull this up here. The Eagles OTAs continue. Before I get to the Eagles OTAs, why I'm thinking about it, we're just doing Football at 4. Philly won the game 5-4. Romano got the save. Got a little hairy there. Bases loaded. And Romano walked a couple guys. Bases loaded. 2 outs. And he gets a strikeout. On a pitch, mind you, that I don't believe was a strike. Like, if you got a chance to challenge that, I think that they would have lost that chance. They would have won the challenge.
So if like ABS was currently active.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, so Phil's win 5-4. Romano's save, and obviously game 2 tonight. They'll play. It's Wheeler and Sale tonight, the big one there. So check that out. All right, what was I was looking for the OTA dates. Next week they're done for this week, and then I believe they start back up on June the 2nd. I want to say is when they're back out there. But the other big takeaway from yesterday is the fact that Bryce Huff is not there. No, I don't want to make a big deal out of, he didn't show up. It doesn't mean that he can't have an impact this year. But what I will say, by the way, the Eagles are back on the practice field tomorrow, then Monday and Tuesday, and then the 5th, which would be on Thursday next week. So they do have a couple more left. Tomorrow, Monday, Tuesday, and the 5th, Thursday. The fact that Huff is not there doesn't mean that he can't have an impact. I would just say if I had a disappointing season and I had my first opportunity to get back out there, the first thing I want to do is to prove that I came to work, that I want to be up. What did Darius Slay, he is out in Pittsburgh now, and he said, I want to show my face, right? You want to show your face. If you want to be a champion, he said, you got to sacrifice. Quote, everyone has to buy in, and this is the time that you have to be bought in. Guys have families. I have one as well. You want to be a champion? There are things you have to sacrifice. And this is one of the jobs I want to sacrifice. I want to come here, be on time, be present, let guys see my face, let them know it's important for me to be here. I am here to win. Awesome from Darius Slay. Bryce Huff could take something from that if he wants to make an impact in 2025. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. As we mentioned, the Nuggets are on the way. Nick Earnshaw is back with another batch of Nick's Nuggets next on the Sports Bash. All right, 427. Rob Thompson, talking right now, just said he has no answer on whether Harper will play in the second game tonight. He did say he is feeling better, so that's some news for you guys there. Sports Bash Live, Phil's win 5-4. Romano gets the save. Rafael Marchand with a home run. And then he gets hit, and he throws 2 runners out. Time for Nick's Nuggets, brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as Marchand does. Here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, there you go. Nuggets are back with Nick Earnshaw, host of the Shift podcast, and, of course, producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. There's your boy Marchand having a big day today.
I was waiting for this all day. As soon as he hit the home run, I was waiting for either a text or a tweet. The tweet came out on the Twitter X platform from @MikeGill So I had that one. I had the text message, and I texted you right away. I said I knew that tweet was coming. As soon as I got on the Nuggets, I knew the Marchand comment was coming. Listen, he had a great game today. It took him till what? What's today, May 29th, to have a good game? Yeah, May 29th is today. It's almost June. But, hey, he was massive for them today. I'm going to give him credit. I'm just saying, Garrett Stubbs batting 294 down AAA this year, batting right around 300. He's having a pretty good year down in the minors, I would say so myself. But that's neither here nor there, Mike Gill. But
listen, by the way, Rafael Marchand has played in all of 15 games all season long. All right, so it's his 14th game all season long. To give you an indication of what AAA hitting means, the Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs hit Garrett Stubbs in the 3-hole as if he's Bryce freaking Harper. That's how bad the pitching is that you're facing at AAA, that you're putting him in the 3-hole. And by the way, he's hitting third on a team that is the best team in minor league baseball.
Yeah, Marchand played in the minor leagues too. He had good batting averages down there too. I'm saying.
not worried about Marchand's batting averages in the minors. I'm talking about what he's doing up here. He's only played, what you said today was his 15th game? Are we judging people on 15 games now? Because, by the way, last year people judged Marchand on the 17 games that he played when he hit 294 with 3 homers, and people were like, you got to keep him over Stubbs. He played in 17 games, and everybody wanted to keep him. Now they want to get rid of him after 12 games.
He had a great game today. He was a big part of the win. He hit a home run. Good for him. I hope he can do it more. I would keep him up here. They don't stay up here. Definitely, we won't have the conversation anymore.
He actually has played, defensively, throwing runners out. Throwing runners out, he is outstanding, and he's been outstanding at that all season long. He had a couple hits in the Cardinal game. He's only played. It's just they just don't play him enough. It's hard to get in any sort of offensive rhythm. He played on May 22nd and May 18th, May 14th, May 9th. I mean, you're playing the guy once every 5 days. That's tough.
Yeah, it is tough. And listen, Stubbs has been massive. I mean, it shows he's been a leader down there in AAA too. I mean, with those young pitchers, Painter, Abel. He's helped out a lot down there. So I'm not going to complain with how their backup catcher position is going right now. With Stubbs, helping out the younger guys in AAA. Marchand having a big day today. You love to see it. It was the Marchand game today. I like Marchand. I think he adds, a good thrower, defensive guy, and he's got a better bat than Garrett Stubbs does. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's start with the Nuggets. That was, I guess, a little bonus nugget on the Marchand stuff there. We got to talk about Dave Dombrowski going on John Heyman and Joel Sherman's The Show podcast for the New York Post. I know you guys talked a little bit about it earlier, but there's something I got the chance to listen to a little bit of it, seen certain clips of that interview. But here's what I wanted to talk about, and something that Dave Dombrowski addressed. He addressed a whole litany of issues. Pretty much every topic you could talk about the Phillies, he addressed it. I want to play this one clip from there on Dombrowski explaining how starting pitching depth will help the Phillies in the postseason. Take a listen to this.
You go into the postseason, we have 5 starting pitchers that are big league quality guys now, with Wheeler and Nola and Sanchez and Suarez and Luzardo, in addition to Walker. They're not all going to start, so somebody's going to slide into the bullpen for you. And we also have 2 premium pitchers at AAA. So how all that fits together for the back end later in the year, we can wait and see. But one thing is that we do have starting pitching depth. So maybe at some point, some of that can assist us in our bullpen too.
So, Mike Gill, reaction to that as, like, let's say they keep everybody. I mean, I don't know who goes. He didn't really indicate who goes to the bullpen. It's kind of wait and see what happens the rest of the year.
Which he should. I mean, he shouldn't just say, hey, you're going to the bullpen. I hope that he picks. Here's the problem. He's already said Painter. Then in this same interview, he said, well, we don't necessarily have to bring Painter up. Well, you said you're bringing him up in July. Now you're backtracking on that. He mentioned we have 2 premium young pitchers. How do they factor in here? He mentioned the 5 guys that he has.
And Walker.
And Walker. Here's what I would say. Number 1, Walker should not be in the mix here. Walker has to start mentally getting ready to see if he can handle pitching in the bullpen and if they can trust him in a bullpen role. If you're yo-yoing him back and forth, you will never find out whether or not you can even trust him in the bullpen. So just keep him in the bullpen. You've already seen, we got Mick Abel. He can make the Walker starts. I don't need Walker to make starts anymore. Those starts should be no longer. You are now a bullpen guy. Get your mind right and become a bullpen guy. Let's see if you can really help us out in that role. Look, this is a testament to you. You've pitched really well this year, Taiwan. Thank you for getting your mind right. We need you to be a big bullpen piece for us. Can you handle that role? Let's find out. Now you're starting him again. So he can't get into this bullpen mind if you're starting him. There's no need to start him. They have plenty of pitching options that Taijuan Walker does not need to start anymore. Now, the other questions is, fine, he listed 5 guys. Are all 5 guys, and we know Wheeler and we know Luzardo are not going to pitch out of the bullpen, but are all of the guys up for bullpen roles? Hey, Aaron Nola, you haven't pitched well enough. You are going to the bullpen. Is it going to be based on merit, or is it going to be based on, can't hurt your feelings?
I feel like it's going to be a mix of both, especially with Nola. And he addressed Nola in that interview, talking about his slow start to seasons. They should have put him on the IL earlier, et cetera, et cetera. So I think if Nola comes back healthy, starts pitching well towards the end of the year, he's going to have his spot in the rotation no matter what. It all always comes back to Ranger Suarez. And we talked about it yesterday. He's gone, 6 or more innings in his last 4 starts. He's pitched fantastic. 3 of those starts, no runs earned. I think he's the odd man out here just because he has that flexibility and the way his demeanor is, especially when he's come out of the bullpen in the postseason before. Luzardo, I mean, he did say Rangers' name before Luzardo. I can't see Luzardo going into the bullpen at all because the guy has just pitched massively. I know he hasn't had as much experience as the other guys, but he's going to have a massive role there. Sanchez, he gave the contract to. Could he be an option? He just gave a contract extension to him. I don't know what they're going to do. It literally, the deadline will be the telltale of what they do. If they keep Ranger, if they don't keep Ranger. I think that's where what it comes down to is what happens at the end of July.
A lot of it does. And listen, they have, today's May 29th. They have almost 2 months to the day that they have to figure out if they want to move Ranger or keep Ranger or establish a role for him. Now, Rangers had some injury issues. Who knows?
Yes.
He could be hurt between now and then. I'm not going to, wish for that, but that could be something. Also, his injury history and his free agent status at the end of the year, does that play a part in making it more difficult to get value for him in return? And are you better off just keeping him? There's so much in play here.
Yeah, and when he brings up the young guys in Mick and Andrew Painter, well, if you do bring up Painter, is he going to be the guy coming out of the bullpen? So what does that do to Walker? Is Walker just not going to pitch at all? Like, there are so many moving factors. It's a good problem to have. Not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to have all these starting pitchers, but it's just like, how do you utilize them? And, you mentioned earlier, Rob Thompson, manager of the year right now from that one article you read. I can't remember the exact source, but they gave out awards saying he was the manager of the year. How is he going to be able to handle all of these guys, especially in the postseason, picking when to put these guys in when they're normally starters?
Well, I think you just heard right there a little bit from Dave Dombrowski that it sounds to me like he does have some say on the pitching, who pitches, who goes where, and all that stuff. I mean, you keep that in mind. Like, hey, when Painter gets up here, you can't use him in the bullpen. I'm assuming he'll be told. Like, that's not an option, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, you could. I just think back to David Price in 08 with the Rays. Like, I mean, they could use that, or do you just not really even bring him up this year? I mean, he kind of was playing that card too. Oh, well, we have all the starting pitching. I don't know. I'm very curious to see how this shakes out because they have so much starting pitching. Do they want to add another bat and really go for it this year at the deadline? The deadline. This might be the biggest deadline in a while for the Phillies. Like they're going to have to make a major move here. They don't have to shake things up, but they need to add, and they have pieces where they could subtract in certain areas, starting pitching, where they can add in other areas. So that's why I think the deadline will be very telling as to what they're going to do in the postseason.
Well, listen, he mentioned it. By the way, I don't know if he's insinuating that because they have so much starting pitching that that covers for their bullpen a little bit because we saw that wasn't the case last year, right?
Yeah.
Their starting pitching didn't let them down last year. Their bullpen let them down.
Yeah, it totally was the bullpen. They were bad, and listen, they lose Jose Alvarado. Strom's been struggling a little bit too. Do you want to turn Walker into a bullpen piece, 1 to 2 innings? Can you trust him so you can give the other guys leverage but not use them as much? There's a lot of moving parts to this pitching staff right now. It's wild with how good the starting pitching is, but then there's a little drop-off on the bullpen side. Can you convert those guys into reliable relievers? It's just a different type of mindset when you're a reliever.
No doubt. And listen, that's why I would keep Walker in the bullpen.
Yes.
It's a different mindset. Stop sending him back and forth. Get his mind in reliever mode and find out if he can help you as a reliever. Can I trust Walker as a reliever? I don't know. I haven't seen him in that role enough. Try to get him in that role, get his mind in that role. Instead, hey, guess what, Taiwan? Lucky you, you're starting again. That's not helping anything.
No, it's not. And listen, he may be one of the most highest paid middle relievers of all time, if not the highest paid middle reliever of all time. But this is where you're at right now. It's the way the roster's constructed. Philadelphia is gone. So leave him in the bullpen. I'm with you there. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 2. Let's switch gears a little bit. And I'm not enjoying the conversation surrounding Jalen Hurts right now with all this stuff coming out. PFF, listen, they named the Eagles' passing game in a new article as the weakest part of their team in 2024. Jalen Hurts was their weakest link. That is according to PFF. Then you have national TV hosts out there saying they would take Brock Purdy over Jalen Hurts right now. I think that is just crazy. Crazy. Mike, should we even care about the national stuff surrounding the conversation of Jalen Hurts at this point? He's the reigning Super Bowl MVP. I'm getting nauseated already. It's not even June. We just started OTAs. It's not even June. I'm getting nauseated with the Jalen Hurts conversation already. I just feel like it's going to be a precursor for the entire year. The guy's a good quarterback. I mean, I
don't understand why anybody like yourself cares. What's the difference if anybody thinks he's the 3rd best quarterback, the 5th best quarterback, or the 25th best quarterback? He won the Super Bowl. It was the biggest weakness. They had a guy run for 2,000 yards. What was weaker, the pass game or the run game? If you had to choose between those two, what's your answer?
I understand that, but I'm just saying, like it's so negative surrounding Jalen.
You only have 2 options: negative. The run game or the pass game. What's the weaker part of your offense?
Well, of the entire team. They picked defense was the strongest out of the entire team. You couldn't put special teams as your weak point. I mean, come on.
I mean, who's picking special teams in a conversation like this?
It's just
I don't know why. I don't know why it's so out of line to say, look. They had 4 things that were really, really good. The weakest of them was their pass game. Not because it was weak, but I got to pick something. It certainly wasn't their run game.
No, obviously not.
I had a 2,000-yard rusher. It wasn't their run defense. It wasn't their pass defense. Their passing offense was weak, not because it's weak, but because they just choose not to throw the ball all that much. By the way, who cares if it's weak?
But then you have guys taking Brock Purdy over Jalen Hurts on national television. I mean, come on. That's just crazy. That's
good
crazy.
For them.
Jalen Hurts is a top 5 quarterback in this league. It's been proven. He went out and did it. Went toe-to-toe with Patrick Mahomes, had great games throughout the playoffs. The Super Bowl was unbelievable. He showed up when it mattered most. I don't know why that's not more of a part of this. I just don't get it. Why it's always negative surrounding Hurts.
I like the fact that it's always negative because all he does is win. He's won a Super Bowl. Keep bringing on the negativity. It obviously is a good thing for him. He fuels by that. It's like the whole thing. Some people just, for whatever reason, they just don't think he has the arm strength. He doesn't have the build. He doesn't have the look. He doesn't have whatever people perceive a good quarterback should look like. And therefore, he will not resonate with these people. Hey, I'll take Brock Purdy. He's more accurate. He's this. He's that. Hey, guess what? You take Brock Purdy. I'll take the other guy. You want to give me Jalen Hurts? You want to be that dumb? I'll take him. I don't care. Why does it upset people so much if he's put on a list in a 50? It's just like this. And by the way, there's no right or wrong answer other than Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl. Brock Purdy has not. There's your line of demarcation here of if you want to separate them, because quite frankly, Purdy's had some pretty good numbers. If Hurts did win the Super Bowl and you just put them and say, hey, here's one guy's numbers and here's the other guy's numbers, pick one. Some people might take Brock Purdy based on the numbers. Now, if you're only going off of numbers and you're discounting winning the Super Bowl, which would be dumb, then I can say, yeah, Brock Purdy's not that much far off from Hurts. Hurts' numbers are not so astronomical that you have to say that he's better, but it's at the end, he won a Super Bowl and Brock Purdy has not.
Yeah, and that's why I think you can't just look at numbers all the time. Anyone can read numbers and look at a box score. It's the intangibles. It's the leadership. It's being the game manager. I mean, you just had LaShawn McCoy have A.J. Brown tell him that this is Jalen Hurts' offense. Whoever the offensive coordinator is comes in, it's his offense. It's Jalen Hurts, which it should be anyway. But the negativity that always surrounds the Jalen Hurts conversation and the fact that it continues after winning the Super Bowl, after showing out in the NFC Championship game, after showing out in the big game as well, I think it gets under my skin. It should get under fans' skin too. It just gets under my skin a little bit, Mike. That's all I'm trying to say here, that the negative connotation surrounding Jalen Hurts in the conversation, I think it's very unfair. Very unfair.
I don't know that it's unfair more so than it's just idiotic. I mean, if you're somebody who literally at this point has not been won over by Jalen Hurts and his ability to win, that's all that matters. It's like all the time you are trying to come up with reasons why winning is not enough now. Like before it was, it's like the Daryl Morey thing. He hasn't won anything. Okay, he has not won a title. I understand that. He has one losing season ever. So is he not a winner?
Right. And it's the same thing with Hurts. Like, he's a winner, but it's not enough because the numbers don't say.
Well, that's the thing. So then the point,
have it both ways.
The point I'm making is right.
Yeah.
Hurts has won the Super Bowl, and now that's not enough. Whereas I get with Morey, if some people say, listen,
sure,
he hasn't won a title, that's the only thing that I'm judging you on is winning the title. And Hurts has now done that, and now that's not enough. I understand for the people who say he hasn't won anything for Morey. I said, okay, listen, he's been an executive for 18 years.
Yep.
He's won 17 of those years. He has one losing season. He has not won a title. If that is deemed to be a loser, then I guess that would be a loser because he hasn't won a title. But you can't say that about Hurts.
Yeah, you can't play both sides of this. And I feel like that we're already starting to track into that little segue into the season. So we'll see.
I see the one thing, like, as I say to people like Morey, I have no problem with Morey. I think he's a very good GM. Is he an elite GM? No, he's made some bad decisions recently, but I think he's done a lot of good stuff. I think he's done a good job pretty much everywhere he's been. He's always had winning teams. Is he elite? No, I don't think he's on that elite level. But I'm not going to tell people they're wrong. I'm not right. They're not wrong. We just have different variables of what we will tolerate, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. But on the contrary, I may tell people they're wrong. I may say that. I might be a little more different than you. I'm just saying.
See, anything that is opinion based, no one is wrong or right. You just have a different opinion.
You know I'm messing with you. You know, sometimes they could be wrong. I think so. Like the national host saying Purdy over Hurts wrong. Okay,
See, I like Purdy a lot, so I don't have a problem with somebody saying they might like Purdy more. Like, if you think that Purdy could win a Super Bowl, then you're not so far out of bounds. I think they're pretty comparable in terms of, like, quarterbacking.
It's fair. But I would take Jalen Hurts because he's won the big game.
He's more accomplished.
He's also a better runner, and he's
more accomplished than Purdy, no question.
And he's a better runner. That would be my argument to take Hurts over Purdy. All right, moving along. Nugget number 3. I got a fun one for you here, Mike Gill. This one was fascinating to me. So tonight is Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Pacers and the New York Knicks back at the Garden. Now, they went on the road for the Pacers. The Knicks traveled to Indiana, and this was fascinating to me. Are you familiar with John Mellencamp, Mike? I feel like most people would know who John Mellencamp is.
Singer? Of course I am,
the singer. So Pat McAfee was at the game, and they gave him the microphone, and he kind of called out New York fans, like celebrities, who attended the game, and it was pretty funny. And John Mellencamp actually put out a statement because he is an Indiana Pacers fan. Okay, he said, quote, "The Knicks Pacers games have been very entertaining for anyone who likes basketball or sports. I attended Game 4 in Indianapolis. Hoosier hospitality. I was embarrassed when somebody under whose direction I don't know called out some of the people who had made the trip from New York to support their team, and in turn was not Hoosier hospitality. The audience booed these people. One could say it's poor sportsmanship. I was not proud to be a Hoosier, and I've lived there my entire life. On behalf of most Hoosiers, I would like to apologize for our poor behavior. I'm sure the Pacers had nothing to do with this smackdown." He was referencing Pat McAfee calling out the New York fans like Chalamet, Ben Stiller, etc., for making the trip, and the entire crowd booing him. Where does John Mellencamp get the audacity to speak for an entire fan base and booing the opposing team? I mean, that's softer than this toilet paper. I mean, come on.
Well, listen, the Midwestern fan is a lot different than the Northeastern fan. It's like I said about Nick Sirianni the other day. He's from Jamestown, New York. And you know what? Believe it or not, those people are nice. We're not nice people, right? Most of us are just not nice people. The people in Indiana, they're nice people. Jamestown, New York, nice people. I'm not dealing with nice people most of the time here. I mean, I bring up Daryl Morey's name. The guy's never had a losing season. I got jackasses telling me that he sucks. Can you imagine doing your job and never having a losing season, and just because you didn't win the title, you are deemed to be lousy?
You're not allowed to boo the opposing team's fans. I mean, you're booing them. Who cares? I mean,
hospitality, nice people.
No, they could get booed. They made the trip. They're open to being booed. I have no
I
problem.
would say in that situation, Ben Stiller is a complete Fugazi fan. He's like, "What are you booing me for?" Well, you're a fan of another team in our building. You deserve to be booed in the Northeast.
Mellencamp really he speaks for everybody. I thought that was just random and out of left field for sure.
He speaks for the Hoosier hospitality. Yes.
Apparently he does.
That is a thing. Be nice to people. Be nice to people. Have an open mind about people.
They can boo every once in a while.
Those are today's Nuggets. Gear that works as hard as you do. Brought to you by The Hub. All right, 5 o'clock drive home. Phils win game 1 of the doubleheader. They beat the Braves 5-4. It was a fun game. Had the save from Romano. Had bases loaded in the 9th. Romano gets out of the jam that he put himself into. Also, a couple home runs in the game. Marchand had a big game today. Run through 2 runners out, trying to steal. 1 in the 9th. Hit a home run to give him a 2-run lead early in the game. A Schwarber bomb that he hit across the river. It was an absolute Titanic blast. Phils win 5-4. Chris Sale and Wheeler tonight in game 2 of the doubleheader. I don't know if I have enough energy to watch a whole nother game. That was a great game, 5-4. We have any energy left to watch the nightcap tonight. Ryan Rothstein's back as we do the Power Hour, Rye or Cy. A lot of things on the docket today. Phils win 5-4. I don't know if I can watch a game tonight.
Yeah, you had me at Titanic blast. That made me laugh the way you described that.
Oh, that was a bomb. Yeah, he hit that one. He hit that one way out of the park.
Dude, I can't believe Kepler's elf robbed him, man. The Kepler elf bomb. See that? That was nuts.
The Kepler. What do you Kepler? He didn't win out today.
Kepler went deep and he got robbed.
Oh, he got robbed by Michael Harris. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah. That was that. There was a lot of balls today hit hard and deep that didn't quite get out. The ball's not carrying well today.
No, but that one was noteworthy for me at least. But I digress.
Yeah, I know that. They got Schwarber out of the game earlier today. He got the injury. Apparently, he said he felt something pop, so that's not good news for him. But they got into that bullpen of the Braves, and then they kind of got shut down. But they come back. They get the bases loaded. You get Marchand hit in the foot after coughing. The Phillies bullpen coughs up the lead. So it was a back-and-forth wild type of game.
I know we have a lot of stuff to get to, but while we're talking Phils after game 1 dub of their doubleheader, how are we feeling about the Phillies? Just you and I, because we had a lot of talks early in the year about this team, and the criticism was loud. But they've certainly been on a roll the past couple of weeks. I mean, do you feel any differently, or are there weaknesses and shortcomings? Still, there are weaknesses and shortcomings in your mind?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you saw it today. The bullpen. The bullpen was a problem today. They obviously don't have enough pieces in the bullpen, and we played audio today from Dave Dombrowski, who said that. He said, look, we probably need a stronger guy in the bullpen in big situations. I think they acknowledge that, hey, after losing Alvarado, we still probably needed a guy, but now we really need a guy. So, yeah, I think they definitely need that. Look, offensively, and Dombrowski talked about this in the podcast, he basically made a comment that suggested that offense around baseball is down. Like, it's just down everywhere. So, yeah, we have some shortcomings too. But when you compare us to, here's what Dombrowski said. This was on the Show podcast.
I don't feel like our offense is really gelled 100% by any means. And yet we're still among the league leaders in many categories. It's interesting. I just think it points to how much offense is down throughout the game. So I think for us, a lot of it, I think, just becomes an internal improvement for us.
Yeah. Offense down around the league, internal improvement. It doesn't sound as if they're going to go outside the organization. He said internal improvement. So it doesn't sound like they're going to go outside the organization for their offense.
And something that we have to continuously remind ourselves, at least maybe the average baseball fan, MG, is like, listen, any team's best 2-3 week stretch throughout their long regular season, meaning their offense is clicking and you're doing well, it's carrying you to wins, whatever it may be. That's never the case come late October, early November, right? Like, we've seen this Phillies team and the offense and key members struggle. And, that's life in baseball. So, having that bullpen presence is obviously vital to getting a parade back down Broad.
Yeah, listen, they need to get bullpen help. They have the starting pitching. That we know. The starting pitching wasn't a problem for them last year. Their bullpen let them down last year. Their bullpen let them down. But I will say, not only did their bullpen let them down last year, they did not come up big offensively. Their offense was a big problem in the NLDS against the Mets last year. So, keep that in mind. They can't they can't expect, in that series against the Mets, they lost that series 3-1 in the composite box score of that series. I mean, they barely scored any runs. It felt like the entire series. So you take a look back at that series. They did not have enough offense, and their bullpen let them down. They lost the first game 6-2. They won the second game 7-6. So, hey, there's where their offense came. And then they scored 2 runs in game 3, and they scored 1 run in game 4. So in their 3 losses, they scored 3, 4, 5 runs. In the 3 losses, they scored 5 runs.
You talk about being let down. With the abundance of riches that this Phillies team has this year, with their starting rotation depth, Dombrowski is the poster child of letting this city down if you don't do something about this bullpen, because the depth that you have on the mound is, you don't see this. I mean, this is, like 2011-esque with Halladay, Cliff Lee, like that type of a pitching staff, maybe even better. And, you got to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and your bullpen's not as good as it was last year. Your strength last year going into the playoffs was your bullpen. You had Hoffman. You traded for Estevez. You had Strom, who went to the All-Star game last year. You had Alvarado, who had been pitching better by that point. But, hey, your 3 key guys last year, come playoff time, Hoffman was not very good. Kerkering, Estevez, those guys all kind of struggled come playoff time. So, you've got to find a way. Alvarado last year in the playoffs, ERA 27. Hoffman in the playoffs last year, ERA 4.50. Last year, you look at Matt Strom, 3 games, ERA 18. Not good enough. You can't have that again. Now, but on the flip side, Zach Wheeler, ERA 0. Ranger Suarez, ERA 0. Sanchez 3.60. Those guys, they did their job.
And then some. Yeah, and you mentioned an ERA of 18. Not good enough is putting it very nicely. So, yeah, it's I agree with you. It's nice to see the success that they've had. I've seen him listed number 1 in many power rankings out there for whatever you put on that type of weight. But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. So it's going to be obviously interesting.
Absolutely. And listen, as he just said in that bite, we think internally our offense is fine. We don't really need to go outside. We had John Marks on earlier. He doesn't see them upgrading the center field position, the left field position. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I think they and when he says internally,
their offense is good enough to win a World Series currently constructed. Yes or no?
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to. Their team is good enough to win the World Series as currently constructed, but they have to be playing their best at that point. You cannot have your bullpen completely flounder. Now, I don't think this bullpen has enough consistency to get you through 3 series.
Oh my goodness. No, I completely agree. And that's regardless of the offense. Right? Like I don't care. The offense would have to be on a historic pace for multiple series in a row to even start to think about combating this lack of a bullpen right now.
Well, and listen, last year you go to that Mets series. Alec Boehm, 0.77, wretched. Brandon Marsh, 0.77, awful. Real Muto, 0.00, no hits. Schwarber, 125, not good enough. Bryson Stott, 182, not good enough. Trey Turner, 200. Not good enough. The only guys who hit in that series were one guy that I'm tough on. Castellanos hit 412 in the playoffs last year. Bryce Harper hit 333. He showed up. But other than that, 200, 182, 250, 125, 200, 0, 77, 77 for Boehm, 77 for Marsh. You can't win like that.
No, you can't rattle off 7 guys in your starting lineup and say not good enough and expect to win a series. That could be coming out of the bullpen. It doesn't matter. Well,
I would debate that.
Yeah, no, I probably wouldn't be helping any cause, but I digress. Yeah.
I would say the one thing is I would sigh at is that if he thinks if there's an opportunity, if somebody calls the Phillies and makes an offer to upgrade the offense, they have to consider it.
Sure, right? That's with anything, but you don't want to do that at any cost in potentially upgrading your pen down the road. That's all. You don't want to make a move and then shoot yourself in the foot.
By the way, Bryce Harper is not in the lineup tonight. He is not in the lineup. Turner, Schwarber, Bohm, Castellanos, Realmuto, Sosa, Wilson, Stott, Rojas. So Stott is playing second base. Sosa is at third. Wilson is in left. Rojas is in center. Bohm is at first base today for the second game in a row. No Harper in the lineup against Chris Sale, a lefty. So Stott is getting the chance to play against a lefty in the second game because they have to play Sosa over at third base, which I'm sure they didn't want to have to do. But Stott, key point here, he is not leading off against a lefty. I think this is the first time that Stott has been – maybe he's been in the lineup one other time since they moved him to leadoff where he is not hitting leadoff. He's in the game, but he's not hitting leadoff. He's batting in the 8 hole. So that shows you what they think of him against lefties.
Yeah, that's a big fall. Only for this game, but yeah, from 1 to 8, that's certainly a change for him. But you don't make anything of it. Obviously, Harper being out impacts that. But all right, let's get to some basketball talk, shall we? I know yesterday we got into some good topics regarding the Pacers and the OKC Thunder of the world, and as it relates to us locally with the Philadelphia 76ers. So I want to start by posing this to you, Mike Gill. Defense wins championships? ? And what I mean by that question, with the 76ers and all of the topics and question marks and uncertainty looming over their heads this offseason, should the priority be building a defensive unit, a contender on the defensive side of the ball? I mean, you look at this Oklahoma City Thunder team, you look at what they did last night. It was a defensive spectacle. I know no one likes to hear that because they still put up points. They're still fun to watch, but it was a defensive flexing of the biggest muscle, man. You look at that team and what they do on that side of the ball, on that end of the
Caruso.
floor.
That dude Caruso, man.
It's everyone, though. Caruso's awesome. He's a huge cog in that machine. But they can switch. They can all switch 1 to 5. They're lengthy. They're all bought in. They play excellent team ball. They can go zone, matchup, man. They're a nightmare, man. They're a nightmare. Where no one thinks anyone plays defense in the NBA anymore. This team is going to win a title this year based off of their defense.
Well, by the way, Indiana plays pretty good defense, too. That's something that's lost in the sauce is that they play very good defense. Yes, you got to have long, lengthy, switchable wings. Like, that's what you have to do now. Like, you have to have somebody that can handle the ball, shoot, and you have to have just a army of long, lengthy athletes that can play defense.
Yeah, I'm watching that game, and until the broadcast brought it up of SGA being on the bench for like a 5-minute span in the first half in the second quarter, and the Thunder just continued to extend that lead with the MVP of the NBA not in the game in a conference final closeout situation. But like, I just try and once again, my head goes to the 76ers, and does that, you look at that and you say, does that maybe change your tune about Joel Embiid, right? Like, I don't know. Is Daryl Morey maybe more willing to listen to phone calls if you're able to get more assets in return, more depth, an army, as you put it, in return?
You mean for Embiid?
Yeah. I'd like, listen, if you can have 8-9 guys that you feel really good about, if you have to move on from Joel Embiid, whatever that may look like, I think it's worth talking about because Joel Embiid is not, he can be a liability too in those pick and rolls in playoff games.
Oh, 100%. And listen, I agree. I think if somebody called the Sixers and made him a legit offer, that Morey would listen to it. I just don't think they're getting that offer until it is proven that he is on the floor and can play. I mean, at this point right now, there is no guarantee that he's going to get out there and play a game. So I think the Sixers are going to have to at least show that he can get out there and play. And if the team – now, here's the thing. This is where I think trading Embiid is a fantasy. If he's out there playing and he's healthy, they're going to be good. So they're going to trade him if they're good.
Well, it depends what that trade looks like, of course. Listen, when I continue to throw out the possibility of trading Joel Embiid, I'm not saying trade him for a bag of peanuts. Like, I look at very few trades that I would make that involves Joel Embiid, but I think there are certain trades, i.e. Giannis, who's going to be the talk of the town this summer, that are worth mentioning.
Well, I would Yeah, if you told me you're swapping Embiid and getting Giannis, fine. Then I'm playing. I'm in on that. But I don't think I don't think the Bucks are saying, yeah, I'll take a guy who played 10 games last year and hasn't proven that he can play next year, and I'll give you Giannis Antetokounmpo. I personally don't see that happening.
I don't either. But let me just try and
I
create
would
the
do
argument
it.
for it. Yeah,
I would do that trade.
Of course, I would hope so. But you say you don't see that happening. Okay, let's say Giannis goes to management, ownership in Milwaukee and says, I want out. Right? I want out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the nicest way that Giannis probably would do that. Milwaukee, and Brian Windhorst reported on this, Milwaukee, if Giannis does that, Milwaukee is not willing to, quote, enter a rebuild. Milwaukee wants to remain competitive. So if Giannis goes to Milwaukee and says, hey, guys, listen, I'm out. Respectfully, I'm not playing for you anymore. Trade me. Milwaukee wants to remain a competitive team. That's where you look at the Sixers as a prime candidate. How many teams in the Eastern Conference are going to have someone that's an MVP that's willing to possibly trade for Giannis? I can't think of any outside of Philly. That's where I think it becomes realistic.
In the Eastern Conference, maybe. If I'm Milwaukee, though, you're saying they want to remain competitive.
Right. If they trade Giannis, they're not saying, all right, we'll take 5 2029 first-round draft picks. They're not doing that type of a deal from what's been reported.
No, but they might say, I'll take pick number 3. Mm-hmm. And if you want Giannis, we are more interested in Maxey, something of that level. We're not really interested in Embiid at this point.
I mean, okay. Like you just said, I'd do that deal. Anyone on the Sixers right now is absolutely expendable for Giannis Antetokounmpo without a hesitation. No?
Yeah, I would agree. I think if they said, we'll give you Giannis and we want Maxey and the 3rd pick, you probably have to highly, highly consider that because you still have Jared McCain. You have questions whether McCain and Maxey can coexist to begin with. And then, you kind of start building around. Now, can an Embiid Antetokounmpo duo coexist?
Yes. Yes is the answer to that. I think, listen, you have to view Giannis for what he is, man. A top 2 ball player on the planet. He makes any team a title contender. He does.
Well, put it this way. If you are the biggest Daryl Morey hater in the world, and I've got a lot of those people that listen, okay?
Yep.
And follow me on the X platform. You would also have to acknowledge, as much as I hate Daryl Morey, if you're that guy, you would say, there is one thing I think he would do, is swing big and make a big trade.
Absolutely. I've been hammering that, pounding that door for months. I predict he's going to make a big swing, whatever that looks like. This would be the biggest of those swings, right? But I think that's on the top of Morey's to-do list, MG, to your point. Is take it as big of a swing as possible. And, the first thing that has to happen is Giannis going to Milwaukee.
There's one thing that Morey has proven in the past is that he is willing to make a big, big trade. He has done it many times. He's traded for Harden from Oklahoma City to Houston. I feel like, and as much as I'm not a big Harden guy, I was not a big Harden guy. Even in Houston, I was not the biggest Harden fan. I do acknowledge that he was an excellent scorer. I just never felt that he was like a number 1 player. But I don't think people acknowledge what he gave up to get a player of Harden's magnitude. That was a really smart.
He swindled that move. I mean, do we remember the situation the Sixers were in before acquiring Harden?
I'm talking about when he got Harden from Oklahoma City.
Oh, okay, to Houston. I apologize. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going back to that. I don't think people give him enough credit for identifying Harden and saying, this is the guy that I'm going to go after to rebuild this Houston team and take us to that. They were in that Yao Ming. They were coming out of that. And he turned that team into arguably one of the top 3 teams in the league for about a 5-year stretch there.
Harden became an MVP of the league as a 6th man coming off the bench. And Harden's been on record saying, I was content being a 6-man guy for my entire career. Morey ends up making that trade for him, and Harden becomes, in that span with Houston, a generational all-time scorer in the history of basketball. So, yeah, you have to credit Morey, to your point.
Yeah, I don't think he gets it. And listen, I'm I'm not the biggest James Harden fan from his Houston days. I just thought he was a scoring like you. My point was, I didn't think you could win a championship with James Harden being the lead guy. And listen, to Maury's credit, he went out and got a guy like Chris Paul and tried to pair those up, and then Paul got hurt on him. They had Golden State on the ropes. Who knows what Maury's legacy is if they end up beating that Golden State team, and who knows if they would have won a title or not. But, they ran into a pretty good Golden State team, and they just could not get past them. But he had that team on the ropes. Yep.
Yeah, right. They had Golden State on the ropes for sure. And let's not forget, we started this convo talking about depth and what the Sixers need to potentially be thinking about for adjusting this roster. That Houston team had a ton of depth. That team was loaded. It wasn't just Harden and Chris Paul. So that's also a credit to Daryl Morey and what he's been able to do in his past.
Yeah. By the way, he traded Jeremy Lamb, Kevin Martin, and a first-round pick, which turned out to be Steven Adams, who turned out to be a pretty nice player, by the way, for James Harden. I mean, not to mention, he got players with James Harden, Cole Aldridge, Taquan Cook, who were rotational players. For Jeremy Lamb and Kevin Martin,
he got an MVP in Harden for that.
It's a pretty good deal that he ended up making there.
We don't have to play this game right now, but one day if we went through all of the trades that Daryl Morey has made in his career, whether with the Sixers or without, I would be shocked if there was one that I really said, wow, that didn't pan out in his favor. It almost always does.
I think that he has done a really good job on the edges of this team now. Now, the problem has been where he has excelled in the past is identifying the stars, getting them and acquiring them. Now, he's identified the stars and they are letting him down. He's done a better job on the peripheral of this team. So I hope, and this is what I've been saying, he has to learn from some of the mistakes that he has made and say, I relied way too much on veteran players. I got to get younger, athletic, better defensive players. And then, of course, you're relying on your broken down stars to not be broken down. And that's a big problem.
That's the thing. You said something the other day that hit home to this conversation, which is if you continue to bring back the stars of, i.e. Joel Embiid, and he misses games or he's not able to perform at his best in the playoffs, once again, it's on Daryl Morey. And I agree with that point that you made. So if you and I are Daryl Morey, can you continue to just say, all right, the definition of insanity, right? It almost makes sense for him to say, all right, we got to unload a big guy here, which is the big guy.
Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, I don't think he is obtuse enough to say I'm not trading Joel Embiid for the right deal. I don't think he's going to, I made the reference, a couple weeks ago. When the Sixers traded Charles Barkley because they figured, the team wasn't going anywhere. They were kind of stuck in the middle, and Barkley wanted to finally be moved. They got back Jeff Hornacek, Tim Perry, and Andrew Lang. You can't get that level of trade for Joel Embiid because the result of that level of trade is mediocrity. You become mediocre again. Now, you might say, well, what's the difference from what you are now? Joel Embiid, if he's playing at his best healthy, is better than being a mediocre team. Whether you like that or not, whether people accept that answer or not, if you trade Joel Embiid for those level of players, you're a 45-win team.
Yeah, and that's the rock and a hard place that Daryl Morey's stuck in between right now, right? Is the reality that exists currently and how he maneuvers out of it.
All right, that's segment one in the books. We'll do another one coming up here on the Sports Bash. We got a lot to dive into. The Pacers and the Knicks tonight. You can listen to that game on 97.3 ESPN, and, of course, the 97.3 ESPN mobile app. You can check that all out. The Sixers with the third pick in the draft, and we are less than a month to the NBA draft. Your text messages, 609-403-0973. Phil's win as well. We got all that still to come. One final segment of this show on a busy Thursday. It's the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Got the Phil's lineup for tonight, Game 2 against the Braves versus Chris Sale. It's going to be Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Alec Boehm, Nick Castellanos, JT Realmuto, Edmundo Sosa, Weston Wilson, Bryson Stott, Johan Rojas, and Wheeler's on the mound tonight for the Phils. Game 2, we got you here on the Sports Bash till the top of the hour. All right, Ryan Rothstein's back for one final segment of Ryer's Side today. A lot of hoops as the Eastern Conference Finals. We could have an NBA Finals set by the end of the night. This Oklahoma City team, by the way, our buddy Keith Smith tweeted this out last night. This is unbelievable. They're almost too good. They don't know what to do. Listen to them, all right? You look at what they are. They're in the NBA Finals already. They won 68 games this year. 68 games this year. They have 2 players over the age of 30. 14 of their 15 players are under team control through 2027. The number 12 pick in last year's draft, Nikola Topic, missed the whole season. They'll have him back next year. Plus, they have the 15th and 24th pick in this year's draft in the first round. And they have 10 more first-round picks between now and 2031. That is the team that is going to the NBA championships.
It feels like Howie Roseman's running them as well. I mean, talk about an abundance of riches, dude. It's insane.
It's almost too much. You say an abundance of riches. They're like the Phillies starting pitching. Somebody's got to go. You can't keep all these guys. You got 10 draft choices coming in. You've got every guy signed. At some point, you have to pick and choose. Who do we want to get rid of? We won 68 games. I think they're going to win an NBA championship. How do you break the team up and say, sorry, I got 10 draft picks. I got to. Not to mention, that's how many first-round picks they have. I think they have even more second-round picks.
It's too good of a problem to have. It may be the first time in NBA history we see a title team, title contender make a big-time trade sort of because they had to.
Right. I said, you almost say, okay, we won a title with this guy. Let's see if we can win with somebody different. I don't even know what you do at that point. Like, do you take Chet Holmgren and say, hey, man, like, thanks for your service, but I don't want to pay you anymore. You're done. Or do you take
they're not paying him, though. That's the thing.
No, I'm saying when his time is up to get paid.
Yeah.
Right up, so, like, they never have to extend anybody. They just let them go and replenish the system. This team's going to be good for another 20 years.
Oh, yeah. They have it's on a tee for them to be exactly that for the next 10 to 20 years minimum.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Do you think the NBA is happy that the most well-run organization is in Oklahoma City?
I love it. Do you think it's bad for the league?
I mean, I can't imagine that they're thrilled that Oklahoma City is now the basketball capital of the NBA.
I was thinking this watching them last night. I'm like, if I'm Kevin Durant, right, and OKC, let's say they win 4 more games, the Thunder, and they get a title. Like, if you're Kevin Durant, are you just like, how do you feel about yourself, right? Like, I look at his decision once again, not to go into that like rabbit hole of Kevin Durant's decision to go to Golden State, but I think it's intriguing given they're on the cusp of winning their first title. And you say, there is different weight to NBA players and their titles that they win. But like, if he would have just stuck it out and gotten OKC their first title, that's more significant. Like,
no doubt.
Nowitzki's 1 title in Dallas is more heavy than KD's 2 with the Warriors.
Absolutely. Like, him winning the title in Golden State, people are kind of like, okay, whatever.
Nothing.
Even though he did win both MVPs while he was there, you're right. It does get looked at if he would have won in Oklahoma City. It's like LeBron. When he won in Miami, people were like, okay, you're bragging that you won with that team. Then when he went to Cleveland, I think he regained the respect of people when he made the decision to go back and then won with them.
And how he did it. Yeah, if he didn't win with Cleveland his second time, who knows the narrative on his legacy, and coming back from 3-1 against that Golden State team cemented him. He got a little lucky with that, though.
The fact that he ended up winning the title in Cleveland, I think, certainly did a ton for his legacy, because if his titles were a bubble championship and the Heatles, I think he would have been looked at differently.
Oh, he definitely big time would have been looked at differently. That was the big title, the anchor to him getting a legitimate legacy that he so desperately wanted and needed. Kevin Durant never got it, as his old team now is, on track to make history. I'm also curious to see, like, let's say the Knicks lose tonight, which I don't know. Do you have them winning tonight, by the way?
I feel like everybody just assumes the Knicks are going to win and it's going to go back. I feel like those type of games is when somebody gets blown out, and I wouldn't be surprised if that happened tonight. If the Pacers, everybody just assumes there hasn't been blowouts in this series. It has been just like blowout leads, then they come back. I feel like one of these games has to be someone just doesn't have it, and I'm going to say tonight that's the Knicks.
Yeah, I think my point that I'm getting to is Tibbs. And I think the Knicks are out of gas. I think the Pacers win tonight. And I'm curious what happens with Tibbs, a guy that's loved by the guys on the Knicks right now, Jalen Brunson. But, like, he's ran those dudes into the ground. And we're talking about the Thunder and the Pacers who have depth and just continue to send an army of dudes at you. Like, Tibbs almost coached his way into losing this series, in my opinion.
The team is just not good enough. I know they got to the conference finals and they're better than maybe I gave them credit for. The team is just not good enough. They're not deep enough. They're not good enough. They beat the Sixers with Josh Hart shooting out of his mind. Well, when he doesn't shoot out of his mind, they have a hard time winning. I mean, that's the fact. They just don't shoot well enough. They don't have enough depth or shooting. If Brunson right now.
We've never seen their depth, though. We've never seen their depth. I agree. It's not like they have all these great guys that are rotting on the bench. He's not going to. But, like, he's also ran them into the ground. He refuses to give them any type of a break.
I get that, but does he just not trust the guys that he has? Does he not think they have enough depth? One of the problems that I said I thought that they lacked was some toughness, that I thought Hartenstein, when they got him in Oklahoma City, he was exactly what that team was lacking last year. Now they're in the finals, so I love the pickup for them of getting Hartenstein. I hated the loss. And listen, is Karl Anthony Towns a better, more talented player than Isaiah Hartenstein? Of course he is. But he's not the guy who's going to get that monster rebound, that putback, that offensive board, in that key moment. I just felt like they lost something. They added talent. They were a more talented team. But, again, I go back to that
guy, by the way. He's a Tibbs guy. Ken.
I know. I go back to that Sixers series, though. Josh Hart shot the lights out in that series. He's never come close to shooting the ball like that again. They needed every one of those threes from Hart to beat a crappy Sixers team by that point. So I said last year, like, hey, you added some talent, but they're still not deep enough. That team, and look, now they're in that moment where how do they improve that team? How do they get better? What can they spend? What can they do? Because this team has constructed for them. This is where they have to make the decisions. How do they fix the depth of that team? You got Landry Shamet playing not big playoff minutes, but playoff minutes.
Yeah, and that's the thing, because Tibbs traditionally, it's not just been this version of the Knicks. He never goes to his bench. Throughout his career, he's known as the guy that plays six guys, maybe six guys. He goes to one guy on his bench. So it's like, yeah, how do you improve the Knicks? You add a couple guys, you add some depth. So then you have to say, all right, is Tibbs willing to adjust his style that he's gone about things a certain way his whole career? I don't know, man. I don't know.
They got to figure out a way to add more athletes on that team, more depth. I love Deuce McBride, obviously a West Virginia guy, but when he's your top scoring option or your best bench option, really, seriously, he's their best bench option, and you're only playing him 15 minutes. They really don't have anybody else. I know they played, Josh Hart. Again, if he's struggling offensively, now he's an unbelievable glue guy, the rebounds he gets, that kind of stuff, but you can't have him being one of your most, I don't know. To me, that team lacks two pieces, maybe three.
And, we're also a crazy shot away from this series being 2-2. If you're the Knicks, that's life in the NBA in a 7-game series, but that crazy bounce goes in game one, Pacers go on to win. The series is 2-2 otherwise heading into the Garden tonight. You feel great if you're in New York.
You do. And by the way, I look at the Pacers. I think it's a very good team. Do I think it's like an unbeatable Eastern Conference team for the next 5 years? Like, I know Halliburton is really, really good. I acknowledge that. I think Siakam, I talked about that the other day. You had a shot to get Siakam. But I don't think that's a team that's like loaded. Like Oklahoma City's loaded. I wouldn't want to be in the West right now and have to go through that team for the next X amount of years. But if you're in the East and you're saying Indiana is the road to go through right now, I think you feel like, hey, we're not too far from what they have.
Halliburton.
Let me ask you a question. People love Maxey, right? Now, I know you're not the biggest. You like Maxey. I'm not saying you don't, but I think you're more willing. Most people are like, you can't trade him.
Yeah.
Where would you put Maxey versus Halliburton?
I mean, look at what Halliburton has done in this playoffs. I was about to say, before you said, let me ask you a question, this has been a historic run by Halliburton. He's made clutch shots in every series so far. They're about to be in the NBA Finals because of him. He just had 30, 15, and 12 and no turnovers. Maxey's not even in the same stratosphere as Halliburton right now.
All right, well, Maxey, and I agree with these playoffs right now, Halliburton has taken himself to another level. But Maxey had some games last year against the Knicks where he won the games all by himself. That game, he took them to overtime, blah, 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 blah. Maxey, but my point is, Halliburton and Maxey were taken in the same draft. Halliburton's 25, Maxey's a year younger. So could Maxey kind of take that next jump? Halliburton wasn't this player last year. He was getting there. They got to a conference finals last year, but he's taking himself to another level this year. So can Maxey take that next jump that Halliburton took from 24 to 25?
Just to spin off your question, let's trade places. Let's do a swap. Halliburton and Maxey. What's different on both teams? Does Maxey have them in this position, and what do the Sixers look like with Halliburton?
It's my problem with Maxey has always been he's a little too small. Like having an undersized scorer as your lead guy, it's tough to build. Halliburton is a little bit bigger. He offers a little bit more defense. He's long. He's lengthy.
By a little. I mean, Halliburton ain't Magic Johnson out there either. I mean.
By the way, just to go back to Hart real quick.
Yeah.
In this series against the Pacers, he's made 2 threes the whole series.
Yeah, he's been invisible. That's been their thing. Their offense has been it's a struggle for them.
Right, and in the series against Detroit, he made 4 threes, and one game he had 3. And of course, the game he hit 3, they won by a point. So against the Sixers last year, he made 4 threes in every game.
Yeah, he was Reggie Miller last year against the
Sixers. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. So just to throw that into some perspective there. And by the way, in the series against Boston, he had 1, 2, 3, 0. And then he had one game where he hit 3 and another game where he hit 5.
And that's how it goes, man. One guy catches fire in an otherwise toss-up type of a series that was last year. That's the backbreaker.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's the question. Is Halliburton, he has gone from an all-star level player, kind of like a third team, all-NBA player.
Sorry to cut you off, but it's also just to add to this combo quickly. Is this Halliburton, or is this just a special one-off type of a run that Halliburton's providing? I don't know.
That's a good question. I mean, they got to the conference finals last year out of, right field. But he was a third-team All-NBA type of player last year. I think Maxey was right around there. He's third-team NBA. So you're talking about a top 15 to 20 player in the league. Now, has Halliburton kind of taken him from a third-team All-NBA type of player to a second-team All-NBA player, and Maxey is right behind him? I don't know. I mean, Halliburton, I think, took his game to the next stop this year. Can Maxey go from where he was to up to where Halliburton is in this season?
Right. I mean, listen, if Maxey can take his game to what Halliburton has provided in this playoffs, you feel a lot better about our questions about Joel Embiid, right? All of a sudden, the Sixers' other problems are less if Maxey's able to have that type of a jump in his
right. And then
game.
You take a look at who would you rather have? I mean, if healthy, Miles Turner or Embiid?
Oh yeah, Embiid if he's healthy, of course. Miles Turner's
Right.
great in his role, but yeah, of course.
Yeah. I mean, you look at almost like Pascal Siakam. I guess right now you would say I'll take him over Paul George. I guess,
Oh
right?
yeah. Yes, yes. Siakam's yeah, it's proofs in the pudding. I mean, what he did with Toronto, what he's been doing with Indiana, he's crucial. Yeah.
Yep. I like a lot of their little secondary pieces, though, like Toppin. You know, he plays 15 minutes, he hits a couple threes, he grabs a bunch of rebounds. He's athletic as can be.
TJ McConnell.
McConnell has a great role for them.
Yeah.
Benedict Merthin is he has a little bit of role. Nemhard makes shots, and
Nemhard's
Nesmith
been
makes. Yeah, they've got a couple of these little secondary pieces, but like, okay, is Jared McCain your Nesmith? Do they have like is Grimes? Can he be one of you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
they don't have these guys that you're like, oh my God, this guy's unbelievable. They have a bunch of guys that just fit their roles, and that's the way these NBA teams are being built now.
Yes, and you read my mind because you know what I see when I look at the Pacers and the Thunder? Two teams that prioritized MG the regular season. And that allowed them to figure out who they are individually and as a team.
By the
Like
way,
the Sixers don't prioritize the regular season, at least up to this point.
I would challenge most people in the listening audience to name me the top 7 guys in the Oklahoma City rotation. I don't think they
Yeah.
could.
No.
And they
No.
won 68 games this year and in the finals.
Yeah, and they probably could have gotten to the finals without SGA playing, the MVP of the league.
It's pretty wild. All right, there you go, Ryer Sai for today on the Sports Bash Live. Phils win game 1. They got game 2 coming up. And there you go. Draft is inside of a month. We'll be all over that here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
Thanks, brother.
All right, we'll do it again tomorrow here on the Bash. Tomorrow it's a happy hour Friday, a Mike and Bob Friday chat. Keith Law from The Athletic just put out his top 50 prospects. Which one of these prospects from the Phillies does he think will make it? Which ones does he think will be a bust? We'll talk to Keith Law from The Athletic, my Friday 5, and more. But coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, it is the Bet 365 play of the day. We have been scorching hot with that play. What's the play going to be tonight? Find out next. All right, 5:54, time for the Bet365 play of the day. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary. Bet365. I think we had a split last night. I know the Timberwolves covered. I mean, that was a blowout of epic proportions. I shouldn't have gone with that number over last night.
Yeah, the over bit you, but OKC covered very easily. But you were still 174, 114, and 1.
Yeah, so if you didn't like my overplay, hopefully you took the one that I was really on, which was, I told you, OKC was closing that out last night. Tonight, I like the under in the Knicks-Pacers game, 221.5. I'll take the under in that game. Knicks are favored by 4.5. I kind of like the Pacers in this game. I think the Pacers might close this out tonight. I just feel all these games have been close, and that one of these games, somebody is a blowout winner. And if someone's going to be a blowout winner, I think I'm going to go Pacers tonight. I just feel like they're ready to close this thing out and move on and get ourselves an NBA final. Oklahoma City and the Pacers. And that's my Bet365 play of the day. I like the under 221.5 in the Knicks-Pacer game.
How's that viewership going to go?
Probably not great. Two smaller markets, but as we just talked about, I mean, Oklahoma City is going to be good for like the next 20 years. So this will be the first in their run of possibly, we were just talking off the air, Ryan and I, who wins more titles in the next 10 years, Oklahoma City or the Spurs? They've got De'Aaron Fox, Wemby, the second pick in the draft. They could trade the second pick in the draft and get another player to add to Fox and Wemby. Plus, they got Castle and some other, but I'm talking about the top-end guys they got there. Those Spurs, Oklahoma City, Western Conference Finals are going to be bonkers the next 5 to 10 years. Have a great night, everybody. I'll talk to you on Happy Hour Friday.